All right, good morning, everyone. Being 9 a.m., I want to get us going. We've got a very long schedule today, so if you would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Senator Birdsell, would you like to lead us? Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, good morning. As I said, we've got a really busy day today. We have 15 bills on the schedule, so I'm going to do my best to try and keep us on schedule as close as I can. So we would appreciate following the Senate hearing rules. Don't repeat what others have said. Keep it brief. Don't read your testimony. If you've got things that further comments that you feel the committee needs to know, please feel free to email us. And with that, I will open up the hearing on Senate Bill 528 and introduce Senator Birdsell. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee. We also have a long day in HHS, so
I will
everybody's
I'll be over there at 1 o'clock.
Okay. For the record, my name is Regina Birdsell, State Senator for District 19, which encompasses the town of Hampstead, Derry, and Windham. And I am the prime sponsor of Senate Bill 528, which prohibits receiving compensation for lobbying on behalf of one of our foreign adversaries. As you know from last last term or last session, I am a big proponent of watching our foreign adversaries, and this is just kind of a second round at it. And basically, this bill prohibits the compensation for any lobbyist taking money on behalf of our foreign adversaries. The CCP, we know, operates under a kind of a military civil military fusion where most of the companies, especially from China, that are based in China, actually have members of the CCP in their organization. And I think that is highly detrimental to what the USA stands for, and it does not benefit America at all. So for that reason, and again, China has been increasing their presence in the state of New Hampshire. We know all about Nunku Springs. We know about the Daniel Webster. And we need to start stopping this at its onset. We should not allow a foreign adversary like China to pay lobbyists to drown out New Hampshire or Granite Staters' voices. It is going to be a big issue that it has been in other states, a big issue with local elections and mayoral elections, and I want to start stopping it. I know there's another bill out there that will address that, and I want to start stopping it with the Chinese companies not having a major say in our legislation. As legislators, we should be able to make our decisions without the influence of foreign adversaries. And what I will do is I have a couple of articles that I will forward you. One is from the China's growing attempts to influence U.S. politics. It's actually written by an organization, CFIUS, which is a committee of foreign investments in the U.S. It's a member of their organization that actually looks at property being bought out from our foreign adversaries. So I will email this to you, and it gives you a little bit of info on it.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Do you have any questions? Just you and me, I guess. All right. Thank you for your testimony. Tim Rawlings.
Good morning.
Good one. Turn your mic on, please. Just hit the button. Welcome to ED Night.
Thank you. My name is Tom Rollins. I am the policy director for a nonprofit called State Shield. I'm up here from Georgia today. I really want to give my appreciation to Senator Birdsall for bringing this bill.
So this must be a cold culture shock for you to come
Well,
from Georgia.
it is. It's pretty darn cold, I'll tell you that. We're fixing to get that this weekend down in Atlanta, but we ain't used to this. I briefly wanted to just say, I really appreciate the thrust of this bill. We as an organization are working now in 17 states on issues to educate legislators and governors around the China issue, around the China threat, and really to help with bills and policy to protect the United States from the China threat. I think what Senator Birdsall said a moment ago is absolutely correct. When we are dealing with a lobbyist, for example, who represents a U.S. company or a European company, they are working on behalf of the interest of shareholders of the company. When we are dealing with an entity that is of Chinese origin, is based in China, we're talking about an instrumentality of the Chinese Communist Party, and there's just simply no way around it. We have seen that China has, over the last 25 years especially, really found industries that it could subsidize and use to advance its purposes of increasing its power, increasing its military, stealing intelligence, stealing IP and intellectual property. And so this is the sort of thing where it is appropriate for a state to put its foot down and say that if you are representing an entity that is under the control of a hostile foreign adversary nation, such as China or Iran, I think we still got Venezuela in here. We did get rid of Maduro, but we still got a little ways to go. Then you shouldn't be taking money to go in front of legislators and lobby for bills, because you're basically acting as an agent of the Chinese Communist Party and the People's Liberation Army. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about State Shield, about what we do, or anything else you got. Other than that, it's been great being up here. I've been in New Hampshire twice in my life, last week and this week. And it's been great so far. Hope to come back.
Well, thank you for your testimony. I'm glad you're here, and you should come back when it's a little bit warm. It's really nice. Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Ted Kirsten, did you want to testify, or?
It's hard to add a lot to what's already been said.
Sure, come on up.
I'd like to. Are we on or not?
You're on.
You're on, okay. Appreciate this opportunity to represent myself in support of Senate Bill 528, and I'm a resident of Hollis. Might just add that we need lobbyists that support our citizens and not the adversaries of the United States. And foreign lobby ban has already been passed in Texas and Louisiana. And there are 3 other states that are currently considering this. And these foreign adversaries, China being one of them, but there are others, seek to undermine our political system and society, including attempts to sway state-level decisions. And states face enough challenges from the nation-state adversaries without being forced to contend with their lobbyists. In the non-government sector, we've seen that China's influence in the natural water, Ningfu or whatever it's called, and then also the ownership of Daniel Webster College. And we don't need more Chinese involvement in government. So 528 takes a proactive stance and defending our interests and ensuring the voices of granted staters is not undermined by the interests of foreign adversaries. So this gives our lawmakers a real opportunity to show that they are in support of the interests of New Hampshire citizens and not some foreign entity. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? All right, seeing none. Anybody else that would like to testify on Senate Bill 528? Is there more on the sheet? Oh, this is the next one, okay. All right, seeing none, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 528. Anna, you all set to move forward? Okay, so- All set? All right, we will open the hearing on Senate Bill 569 and recognize Senator Birdsall. We'll get you on the trifecta this morning.
It hasn't been the first time, and it probably won't be the last, considering, I think I have one more bill in front of you next week. Again, for the record, my name is Regina Birdsall, State Senator for District 19, encompassing the towns of Derry, Hampstead, and Windham. And I am the prime sponsor of Senate Bill 569. And there will be individuals behind me that will be coming up to give a lot more detail into, Supreme Court decisions and such. But this, just for the record, this bill is supported by both the defense and the claimants bar as a necessary update to the system. And it's bringing the requirements of the Department of Labor hearing officers in line with a lot of similar agencies. Hearing officers at some of the other agencies are appointed pursuant to the guidance set forth in RSA 21M3, Roman numeral 8, regarding Attorney General's power to appoint such persons. So the language here was modeled after that RSA. And the present standards have not been updated since the 1980s, when cases were much more simple back then. And point being, and my final remark is going to be, the point being, this job requires much more sophistication, much more legal analysis than it did 30 years ago. And that's why we're trying to upgrade the system.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? All right, seeing none.
Thank you.
Paul Kafori? Good morning and welcome. Please turn your mic on.
Can you hear me?
We
Okay,
can.
okay. Thank you. My name is Paul Kafori, and I'm a workers' compensation defense attorney. I've been actively practicing at the New Hampshire Department of Labor since 1997. And just to follow up on what the senator, some of the comments that she just made, when I started in 1997, there were no lawyers who served as hearing officers at the Department of Labor. And over the past 27 or 28 years, things have changed a lot, both with respect to the statute, but even more so with respect to how the New Hampshire Supreme Court has interpreted the statute and the type of burden, or if you will, or onus that it's now placing upon hearing officers at the Department of Labor to not only interpret cases, interpret the statute. And I'll give you just a quick example. This past year, I was involved in a case with two other attorneys where it was dealt with the interpretation of an insurance policy. And that flowed from a New Hampshire Supreme Court decision 5 or 6 years ago, which said jurisdiction was now proper in front of the Department of Labor to interpret an insurance policy. And if it was not for that decision, we would have been in front of a Superior Court judge. So it's just a quick example for you to follow up on what the senator said, how things have changed and things have become more complicated. And the charge is now to the hearing officers in terms of what they're required to do. And respectfully, I mean, this should have been done 20 years ago. It wasn't in terms of an update, but we are here today and we're appreciative of that. And again, to follow up on the senator's comments, as a defense attorney, I can tell you the defense bar on the workers' compensation side fully supports this. I think it's needed. I would also respectfully say, if you look at some of our sister states, like in Massachusetts, those hearing officers, they're actually administrative law judges. They're all attorneys. And so I think the time has come, and very much would appreciate if the legislature supported this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? All right, seeing none. Daniel Albert from Department of Labor. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. My name is Danielle Albert. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of the New Hampshire Department of Labor, and I'm here today with Ms. Cassie Abbott, who is the department's legislative liaison. I will be brief. The department has reviewed the proposed language set forth in Senate Bill 569. We believe, in the first instance, we are neutral on the bill, so we take no position. We believe we understand the stated intent. It is amending the requirements in the workers' compensation statute as it relates to hearing officers who handle workers' compensation cases. And is adding the requirement that such hearing officers have to be attorneys in good standing and then have qualification and experience in the conduct of administrative hearings and application of law. So we understand those requirements. From hearing from the sponsor, we believe we understand the stated intent. The one point that we would note as a technical point is, especially as it relates to the language of education and experience in the conduct of administrative adjudicative hearings, that could potentially cause some recruitment challenges. We interpret that to mean that any applicant that or person who would be looking to hold such seat would need to have prior adjudicative experience in order to be hired, and that our belief is that would pose a recruitment challenge. But other than that, again, we understand the stated intent. We're happy to take any questions.
Well, thank you for your testimony. That actually was going to be my question, and you've already answered it. I was wondering if this was going to pose any hiring challenges.
That aspect in particular potentially could. I mean, I will further note that the department makes concerted efforts to hire individuals into these positions who have legal education and or legal backgrounds. So again, we understand the part about being attorneys in good standing, but the prior adjudicative experience could pose a challenge.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you. Bob Scully. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Bob Scully, represent New Hampshire Motor Transport Association, and we have a self-funded workers' comp program since 1993. And we also support Senate Bill 569. We are on the other side of probably Mr. Kafori, although we agree with him when it comes to having an attorney in this appeals process. So what we've experienced in the last recent times is these officers who are not attorneys, we don't think clearly understand the focus of what they're supposed to be doing. And we have had the department through them, what we call split the baby. They'll take a bill that we're recommending paying, and they'll take one that we think is very egregious on the other side, cannot make a decision, and they split the baby. So we end up with what we believe is extremely unfair ruling and expensive costs. So we would appreciate having somebody in that role that understands this, and we would, we obviously abide this appeals process. We don't agree, but we think what we've experienced there needs to be changed.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Seeing none. John Ward. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning. My name is John Ward. I represent injured workers. I'm in full support of this bill. My partner is on the workers' comp, vice president of the workers' comp section of the bar and supports this bill. My position, and it's common sense, it's consistency. Politics, like law, you win some, you lose some, but you want to be able to explain it to your client or your constituents. And it's important that we have qualified people that can render the decisions in the correct way under the law so we can explain it to our clients. When there aren't qualified folks, sometimes decisions get out of whack and it's tough to explain to your clients. And it's important for these folks. I represent nurses, construction workers who are out of work, and they're not getting paid. The medical bills are denied. So when we go up there, we want to make sure we do it right, and we do it right the first time. So as a claimant's attorney, I'm fully supportive of this bill. I think it makes sense. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Our final speaker on this sheet is Jared O'Connor. And if you want to check the other sheet, see if there's any more signups. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. So my name is Jared O'Connor. I'm with the firm of Shaheen and Gordon, and I represent injured workers in workers' compensation cases. It's really all I've done for about 20 years. I am also in full support of the bill. I'll try not to reiterate everything that's already been said. I just want to summarize by agreeing that this is a long overdue modernization of the system. I'd like to also touch on what Attorney Kafori mentioned about the complexity of the cases. I would say in the last 10 years, 15 years in particular, the cases have become much more legally complex. There's a case from 2010 called Appeal of Margison from our Supreme Court, which requires the adjudicators to make a determination about assessing risk and how the injury happened and slotting it into this risk matrix. It's a complicated legal analysis, and it's required in every case. And that didn't exist in the 80s and 90s when the statute was first introduced. There have been statutory presumptions that have been introduced in the last few years regarding cancer, heart disease, lung disease in firefighters, PTSD in first responders. All of that are the issues that hearing officers have to address. We agree, and I say we because I feel like I can represent on behalf of the claimants bar as well. But certainly this is a good idea for everyone to have a level of professionalism and requirement just as a baseline for these hearings. So I'm not going to hold on and discuss further what's already been said, but I do want to address what the Labor Department mentioned about the qualifications and the statutory requirements, because this language was adopted from the Attorney General requirements or modeled after it. And I think I disagree respectfully with the idea that entering this language and approving this language would require a prospective hearing officer to already have hearing officer experience specifically. And I guess this is a matter of statutory interpretation. But as I read the language, qualified by education and experience in the conduct of administrative hearings, I read that as being involved in these kinds of hearings, meaning myself or other defense counsel, attorneys who participate in these administrative hearings would meet that standard of qualification. It doesn't say that qualified by experience conducting these hearings, but just experience in the process. I think that's sufficient. And that's similar to the language that you see in the statute for qualifications for representation on the Compensation Appeals Board. There are lay members who are appointed to the board only have to have experience in the quote-unquote area of workers' compensation for up to 5 years. I think that's RSA 281A42D, I think. You have to double check that. But
I'm not gonna fact check it.
I appreciate that. So, all right, well, I don't have to say anything further. I think you seem both from the defense and the claimant side that this is a good idea. Just structurally for the system, doesn't benefit any one side over the other, except to the extent of improving decisions, which is really everybody's goal. So,
Well, thank you for your testimony, and I agree with your reading on it. We'll make sure that we get in, if we assume we pass this bill, we'll make sure we get that into the hearing notes, that's the indication of, that we agree with you about the experience part.
great, I
So
appreciate that.
thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Anybody else that would like to testify on Senate Bill 569? All right, seeing none, we'll close the hearing. Second.
No, in this room, not today.
Second today.
Today's the second day we've met.
Yeah, third day.
Third day we've met.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
So I think since the third day and it's not new, it's not, but I'm not adapting, it just doesn't work. This thing has to go back.
I know, I don't like it either.
Because it's like a therapist,
Yes.
you know, like you can't look at it without, being restricted.
Ken, are you all set?
I want to get a transcript and do it.
All right.
You can have plausible not.
All right, we'll open the hearing on Senate Bill 423, and I'll recognize Senator Birdsell. once again.
Our final one, my final one, at least for the day. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee, for hearing this bill. For the record, my name is Regina Burtzel, State Senator for District 19, which encompasses the towns of Derry, Hampstead, and Windham. And 423 basically reestablishes the PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder commission for first responders. We've been doing this for 5 to 7 years, I believe. And over the years, we've accomplished a lot, but there's still a few things that we need to kind of run through. And what this really does is, first of all, it adds a position, adds a member to the commission from the Comfort Dog. And you heard that, Bill, last week, from the Comfort Dog community. And I also understand that there's going to be a request, and I'm all on board with this, that a member of the community mental health organization be added to it. So that would be helpful. What the commission, when last we met in October, we went through some of the things that we wanted to try and accomplish with this period of time. And one of them is how to create succession plans for experienced first responders. So a lot of the first responders experience PTSD over their career. And having a succession plan so that they can kind of coach some of the newer members through it is really important. And the second thing which will kind of dovetail into it, through our meetings, a lot was brought up about peer programs for first responders and whether to build one organization for these programs so that the peer programs are standardized over the state, or have them just organized throughout like regions. So that's one of the major things I think we're going to try and accomplish in the next, and of course, any matters that the commission deems appropriate, which is how we got to the Comfort Dog standards. So with that, I'll try and answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. So just for my own clarity, you're recommending we add a member from the community mental health organization?
Correct.
Okay, you'd be.
Mental health, community mental health centers.
Centers.
Yeah.
Centers. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
That's what I wanted to clarify. Questions from the committee? Senator McGill.
Thank you, Senator. Thanks for bringing this back. It's an important bill. Do you have any objection to adding a member from the Ambulance Association and perhaps one from the Paramedic Association? I see there's fire chiefs, police chiefs.
There's EMTs.
Correct, but the Paramedic Association is a separate association for advanced life support providers, and they're typically included on these types of things like trauma medical review and medical control board and a few others. So typically there's one from each.
I wouldn't be, I wouldn't object to it. I would just, let's be cautious on how big this commission is going to be, because it's already 17.
No, I agree. It is large. So actually, I'd have a follow-up question.
Go ahead.
New Hampshire Public Risk Management Exchange and New Hampshire Association for Justice. I'm a little unclear, and educate me on what those two roles would be in a PTSD commission.
Which
and
one?
I just 15 and 16 on page 2, lines 1 and 3. I don't know what role.
Well, that's the insurance. When we talk about workers' comp, which is a lot of what our discussion is, they give us a lot of insight into how the risk management is done, and what we've made actually some changes. They've made some changes based on what we have talked about. So I think it's important that they're there, because I think it's a member of Primex that comes on. I'm not saying let's take anyone off. I'm just saying let's be cognizant of how many people are on it.
Senator Also.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Burtzel, for taking my question. It's my observation from being on this committee many years that we have had a lot of commissions come before us and have struggles getting a quorum. And so it is also my observation that we've been putting quorum as, a definitive quorum in the statute. Would you have any objection to defining quorum as 50% plus one?
No, and for the record, we rarely had any problems getting a quorum because these are really individuals who really are engaged in this.
Understood. Just want to make sure that they can do the work, even if, they don't get the 2/3, which is, usually.
We can do this, basically what we
50%.
do is the discussion. If the 1 or 2 times we didn't have a quorum, we did a lot of discussion and then we moved it to whatever time we had the quorum. Thank you.
Any further questions? So if I'm reading this correctly, there is a quorum amount on here already. Is that correct? It's page 2, line 17, 18?
Yeah, I thought it was because every now and then I ask for a count of how many people we have.
That's even less. All right.
Does that answer?
I retract.
Okay.
I don't want to be 50%. You don't want that. Nobody wants that.
Well,
Yeah.
actually, with the new member, it would be 50%, because it would make 18. Anyway, any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Angela Boyle. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Angela Boyle. I'm here from the DuPont Group representing the New Hampshire Community Behavioral Health Association, which represents all 10 community mental health centers in New Hampshire. And they serve a little over 50,000 New Hampshire residents across the lifespan. We are here in support of this bill and also thanking Senator Bertzel for including a community mental health center representative on this committee. The community mental health centers want to be helpful and supportive of the commission's work. Our system works alongside law enforcement, fire, EMS, emergency departments every day, often in the most challenging circumstances. And we believe that this experience can meaningfully inform the committee's work. Community mental health centers and first responders routinely work collaboratively in these moments of crisis through rapid response teams, emergency departments, community-based interventions in school settings to stabilize and support everyone involved. Having a representative from the Community Mental Health Center on this commission would ensure a well-rounded understanding of the complex dynamics of PTSD in first responders, and our perspective can support the committee in identifying appropriate, effective programming for first responders who may be experiencing the PTSD, secondary trauma, or cumulative stress as a result of their work. A representative from the Community Mental Health Center would also help to bring a deeper understanding of the broader mental health system of care, the needs of individuals living with mental illness, and critically the needs of the first responders who may be living with PTSD and other trauma-related conditions. So with that, I thank you for your consideration, and I do have some testimony from SEBA on for you folks. So.
Thank you, Angela. Any questions from the committee? Senator McGill.
Thank you so much for taking my question. For this type of commission that deals with first responders and their reactions and dealing with post-traumatic stress, what do you think is the right balance of actual patient care, first responders, and other folks that deal with the aftermath, either admin or insurance or management? Like, what's the right balance in breakdown of membership?
Yeah, thank you for your question, Senator McHugh. I'm personally not a licensed mental health provider. I have a license in something else. So I really can't answer that question for you, but I'm certainly happy to find out the answer for you. I do know that the provider, the Community Mental Health Center provider that would be working with this commission would be a specially trained clinical person. So they would have more input on that.
Thank you.
But I'm happy to get that answer for you if you'd like.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions from the committee?
Great.
Seeing none, thanks for
Thank
your
you.
testimony.
Thank you.
Sam Hawkins? Good morning, welcome.
Morning. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. For the record, my name is Sam Hawkins. I'm here today representing NAMI New Hampshire, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, in support of Senate Bill 423. I will be very brief. I'm certain the committee understands the need for this commission and the good work they do. As way of background, our executive director, Susan Stearns, has sat on a few prior iterations of this commission. I've also had the pleasure of subbing in for our executive director when there are scheduling conflicts. And I really would just like to give a big compliment to the members of this commission and echo Senator Birdsall's words. These are really folks that show up, they know what they're talking about, they know what needs to be done, and they go straight into it. It's a commission that does diligent work and has produced great results, and we're thankful to be a part of it and ask you to support this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Our final speaker on the sheet is Russell Conti. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you, sir. Good
You
morning.
just hit your button, turn the mic on, please. There we go.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. My name is Russ Conti. I am a retired major from State Police, and I am currently the mental health coordinator for the State Police, and I am the Department of Safety representative to this commission. I am one of the original commission members. So a couple of things that have come up, and I'll be brief, but make some important comments, is first off, the importance of the commission, and it's pretty diverse. I currently have oversight of all the peer services for State Police. I'm also a past president of the NAMI Board of Directors. I'm a past chair of the Suicide Prevention Council. And I also am the law enforcement lead for the Crisis Intervention Team Program training that we currently have in New Hampshire, where we trained over 1,600 first responders. That's police, fire, EMS, dispatch people, communications. So I think the thing that's important about this commission is that, first off, the balance is very well. And I think, in answer to your question, sir, I think it's important that you have working people in the business on this commission that are supported by not only legal people and behavioral health people, in other words, the clinicians that we lean on when we have people that are in crisis, but to make sure that we are able to point people in the right direction. And I think the one thing that has been left off, and I have in excess of 40 years with the Department of Safety, when I started, there was absolutely no resources for first responders, and that's changed drastically. In Senator Birdsall does an exceptional job with this commission, and it has been around for over 7 years. But I think the one thing that we have to keep in mind is that we have to have people in the business that can point people and literally have a warm handoff to clinical people. First responders are kind of a unique group and generally don't take to helping themselves as well as they do to helping other people. And I think that's always been part of it. And the one thing we have to make sure that we realize is that Primex, workers' comp, all these people come to the table for the right reason, because generally speaking, if you have somebody that has a psychological injury, post-traumatic stress, acute stress, from the work, many times they're triggered where they may not be able to return to work. And at that point in time, they move towards the workman's comp system. And frankly, we've had the retirement board come in many times, and we also move them through the process of a disability retirement, if that is in fact, necessary, where they can't function as a first responder anymore. It's a rare occurrence. It happens in maybe 1% of the cases, but it happens. And there's people that are exposed to some very detrimental stuff during their time as first responders. So I think the commission itself has proven its value over the last 7 years. We have made moves to do things that have never been done before. The addition of having a comfort dog person comfort dogs are a big part of the process of helping first responders recover from traumatic events, and also the general public. They're used in educational settings, they're used in trauma settings, they're used in response to the behavioral health crisis. And also the addition of somebody from the behavioral health community is just a natural choice. And I would fully support that, having been part of NAMI New Hampshire and been on the board there for 7 years. So open to any questions, but appreciate your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Senator, you?
Thank you so much for being one of the original members. I appreciate it as a first responder myself, 30 plus years in the business myself. So I really appreciate what you've done for me and my colleagues in this commission.
Great honor, sir.
So
Great honor.
my question is, are 3 out of 19 members, is that enough? First, like working line, clinical patient caregiving first responders. And there's
Right.
other clinicians,
Right.
but in terms of actual first responders, there's 3 out of 19. Is that enough? That's my honest, open question from someone who's been on the commission since day one.
Yeah, sir, I appreciate your question, and that was always a concern from the beginning, but I think you have the right people. And it's myself, retired Chief Goldstein, Dr. Goldstein. If we bring the comfort dog person, and I suspect it might be Justin Brenton, who's a working police officer. There was some question of EMT paramedic. Jeffrey Stewart has been on it for
Jeff
a
was
long
my
time.
partner.
Okay, good man.
I know him well.
Good man, and he's a great representative for those people, paramedics, ambulance service people, and he's been a wonderful addition to that from the beginning. So I think we're well represented. I'm not telling you that we wouldn't consider more people. I think that the people from community behavioral health are a natural choice, and the reason I say that is one offshoot of this commission has been the ability for first responders to be trained and to provide better services to the general public. So apart from what I do with peer counseling services in this commission, I also have a lot of oversight over the intersection between behavioral mental health and first responders in general, the 988 process, and much of what we do there. So we're not only taking care of ourselves better, in recognizing our own problems, we're able to provide services much better. And sir, you know this as well as I do, right? You're not going to exude anything that you don't fully believe and are comfortable with yourself. And I think we've established that very well over the last, 10 years or so that we've had good peer services. And it's always growing. It's something we really can't take our foot off the gas. And I think given all the current problems in society, and we all know that with addiction and crisis and homelessness and veterans homelessness, there are so many things that cross over. It has blurred the lines. Generally speaking, with first responders and the services that we have to provide. So we have to be better at it. So we're well represented. I'm not telling you that I wouldn't certainly support other first responders, but I think Senator Birchall runs a tremendously well organized and well motivated group. We've never had a problem with a quorum, and I think we just have good people in there.
Further questions? Seeing none? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else who would like to speak on Senate Bill 423? All right, seeing none, we'll close the hearing. Senator Ward, you're on deck. Then when you are ready, let me know.
Are you all ready?
Not quite.
Okay.
All set? All right, I guess we are now. We're going to open the hearing on Senate Bill 420. Senator Ward, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Senator Ruth Ward from Senate District 8, and I'm here today to introduce Senate Bill 420 at the request of Mr. Raymond Pennard, the chair of the New Hampshire Commission for Human Rights, and Ms. Katrina Taylor, the executive director. In April 2025, Mr. Pennard was asked by Governor Ayon to join and chair the commission. Given the difficulties that were noted in the 2025 LBA performance audit of the commission, the governor selected Mr. Pennard because of his lengthy background in turning around private businesses and not-for-profit organizations. In November 2025, Ms. Taylor, a 14-year veteran at the commission, was appointed executive director. Together, along with the staff of the commission, Mr. Pinard and Ms. Taylor have made significant strides in the implementing the necessary changes to ensure the commission will be a point of pride for our state. Thank you again for taking the time to hear my testimony. While I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have, I respectfully defer all the questions to Mr. Pinard, who knows much more about this situation than I do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. We'll defer questions to our next testifier, Ray Pinard from the Human Rights Commission, speaking in favor of the bill. Mr. Pinard. If you could both introduce yourselves, please, and just turn the microphone on.
For the record, my name is Ray Pinard. I live in Concord, New Hampshire, and with me is Ms. Katrina Taylor. She is the Executive Director of the Human Rights Commission. I am the Commissioner as well as Chairman. Thank you for having us here today. I'll be as brief as possible. The package we sent to you last Thursday included the revised text that the Commission for Human Rights is seeking regarding SB 420. The main changes are as follows. The governor, with the consent of the Executive Council, shall appoint the Executive Director and Assistant Executive Director. Currently, the commissioners appoint the Executive Director and the Assistant Executive Director. The governor would like to put the commission in line with most organizations in the state where the governor and council approve the department heads. And then there are a few minor changes to the RSA that were requested by the Department of Justice to add clarity to the RSA. In the 2025 section, language regarding the establishment of an advisory committee and reporting that is required by this advisory committee was added to the RSA without input from the Commission or the DOJ. We ask that this language be removed for the following reasons. One, the advisory committee is redundant and very time-consuming for the HRC. Two, at this time, the Commission provides biannual reports to the Governor and Council regarding ongoing activities, the status of the Commission, and our future plans. Three, the Commission also provides semi-annual reports to the Governor, Executive Council, the LBA, and the entire House and Senate Judiciary and Finance Committees regarding corrective actions we are implementing with regard to the 2019 financial audit and the 2025 performance audit. The advisory committee has not had a substantive meeting since being established at the end of the 2025 session. Yet the commission has spent dozens of hours preparing for two meetings, which one was an organizational meeting, basically getting to know everybody. And the second meeting was canceled because we couldn't form a quorum. The advisory committee has, no one on the advisory committee or the Commission for Human Rights needs the additional work required to prepare for these meetings. Representatives of the Commission for Human Rights are willing to meet with anybody who has concerns or recommendations regarding our work. We are working diligently to solve the issues noted in the 2019 and 2025 audits. Should anyone doubt our commitment, please call us to discuss. Otherwise, I assure you that we are very busy. At this time, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Looks like we're good. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Marissa Chase? Good Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Marissa Chase. I represent the New Hampshire Association for Justice, which is the plaintiff's bar in New Hampshire. I've enjoyed working with Mr. Pernard and the Human Rights Commission on some of the perceived challenges that my members have faced bringing employment law cases before the Human Rights Commission. I want to note that all of the changes in Senate Bill 420 are to directly undo legislation that was just passed as part of the last budget process, where things were hurried and perhaps more collaboration would be excellent in the future between all stakeholders. We have, I think, tried to establish a sort of stakeholder group, so perhaps having the dreaded study commission in this bill, where it kind of forces everyone to the table to talk through a lot of these issues, would be really helpful and meaningful. Everyone wants the Human Rights Commission to work. There was a great fear that the Human Rights Commission would not receive funding, and it was, as the budget passed the House last session, the Human Rights Commission was not part of that budget. It would have been essentially deleted. So these changes were seen, I believe, by the Senate as some necessary items to maintain the ability of the HRC to function. My members have been following the issues with the performance audit review and issues before the Human Rights Commission for as long as they have existed. There's a lot of institutional knowledge there that we would love to share and have proposed some suggestions as well. So while I don't think my membership is necessarily wedded to any of these changes, I just want to make sure that you are all aware that this language directly undoes what you just passed in this past budget to try to get things on a working track. And I know that Ms. Taylor and Commissioner Pernard care deeply about the Human Rights Commission and have been a pleasure to work with.
Thank you for your testimony. I know this has been a contentious issue after the audit. I know there's been a lot of work done there. I guess just want to summarize your feeling. We're better off to leave it the way it is and let it work for a while before we would consider making these changes?
I think so. That would be our position.
Yeah, okay. Questions from the committee?
Except I will say
Yeah.
that there is, and I apologize, there is that language that mandates that the chair or the executive director be an attorney. And that's not something that we're wedded to. We're not trying to, I think leadership at the Human Rights Commission is dedicated to the mission right now. So we're not looking to interfere with that.
Okay. Can you point me to where that is? Is that in this bill?
First line, I think.
Just trying.
It's right in line 4, I think.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I see it now. Thank you. Further questions? Senator McGee.
So, hi, thank you so much for taking my question. So just to be absolutely clear, plaintiff's bar opposes this bill.
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Chase, for taking my question. Just so I'm clear, on line 4, this bill proposes striking the line, "The chair shall be a licensed attorney admitted or eligible to practice law in the state," and you want that back.
I think that language, hold on, double negatives always get me. This last budget made it so that the chair would be mandate that they have to be an attorney.
Mm-hmm.
We don't necessarily feel that that's necessary. Are we saying the same thing?
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
so.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anybody else that would like to testify on Senate Bill 420? Seeing none, we will close the hearing.
I always like to make sure.
I'll give you all.
How are you doing? Are you having a great American Day? I'm having one now next to you. Hopefully it's not against me, because you're very fine.
I didn't even see Senator D sneak in. Welcome back. Good to see you. All set? All right. We'll open the hearing on Senate Bill 402 and recognize Senator Gannon. Good
Thank
morning.
you, Mr. Chairman. How you doing today?
Doing well.
Good. Good morning, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Senator Bill Gannon representing District 23, more commonly known as the Wine District of Southern New Hampshire. SB 402 is a very straightforward bill, especially after last year. It eliminates non-compete agreements for physician associates in New Hampshire. It's identical to the language we passed last year in this committee, and was signed by the governor for nurse practitioners. By eliminating these non-competes for PAs, they will join physicians, nurse practitioners, in most, if not all, other health providers. Generally speaking, these non-competes place geographic barriers on PAs. Removing these barriers is pro-healthcare, pro-workforce, and pro-healthcare access for our citizens. I should note the bill will not impact existing non-competes. I'm happy to take any questions, though I note Dave Cuzzy, representing the PAs, is available and is probably more fluent on the bill.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none? Do you want one? Or do you want to wait for Dave?
I'll wait for Dave.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator. Dave Cuzzy. Good morning. Welcome to EDNA.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dave Cuzzy with Prospect Hill Strategies, here this morning on behalf of the New Hampshire Society of Physician Associates, or NISPA. As I'm sure you recall, NISPA represents the over 1,100 PAs here in New Hampshire, as well as the students at the state's two PA schools, Mass College of Pharmacy and Health Sciences in Manchester, and Franklin Pierce at their Lebanon campus. As Senator Gannon said, this really is a straightforward bill. He hit the main points, but I am here and happy to answer any questions.
Well, I know Senator Altshuler has one.
Thank you. So, thank you for taking my question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Essentially, this eliminates a non-compete clause. And I recall a few years ago, we talked about some issues that the state was having in our medical community with like actual poaching of nurses from hospital or private agency from hospitals and so on and so forth. And it actually was, this is at the end of COVID and a little bit post-COVID, it was a real problem. Do you see this creating any kind of conflict like that did at the time?
Thank you for the question, Senator.
Thanks.
Thank you for the question. The short answer is no. And I would, I guess I'd refer to the fact that physicians and nurse practitioners, as Senator Gannon just mentioned, they don't have these restrictions, and the PAs, I can't speak for others, but we're not aware of any of the poaching like you talked about among the nursing community. And I think with the passing of the nurse practitioner elimination of that last year, I would just respectfully suggest maybe anecdotally that would also answer the question that maybe those concerns have subsided.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anybody else that'd like to testify on Senate Bill 402? Great, seeing none, we'll close the hearing. And when you're ready, let me know. All set? All right. Senator Gannon, are you all set? we will open the hearing on Senate Bill 400 and recognize Senator Gannon and welcome back the Honorable Representative
Thank you,
Moore.
Senator. How you doing today? I already asked you that. It's very early. It was very late last night here. Senate Bill 400. It's relative to the Therapeutic Cannabis Board, taking note of any scientific discoveries and noting them in their annual report. And I'll leave Ms. Taramala to go into further detail, but I don't think it's much more detail.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Gannon, for sponsoring this bill. SB 400 adds clarifying language to RSA 126-X that relates to the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board. What it adds is it actually adds in it clarifies that there should be an annual review of medical qualifying conditions that are listed in RSA. And it also says that whatever comes out of this research, whatever research is used, that those citations get added to a report every year. So currently, the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board is there to provide medical oversight for the therapeutic cannabis program. According to RSA, current RSA, their job is actually, the board shall monitor and contribute to the oversight of clinical quality and public health related matters of therapeutic cannabis by, and the number one vehicle of doing that is reviewing medical and scientific evidence pertaining to currently approved and additional qualifying medical conditions. That's already in the RSA. One of the things that they also do is that they also are required to put out a report every year. So that's something that they already do, and they include that report. In that report is included their recommendations and discussions throughout the year. One of the things that is that's interesting is, according to RSA, they're required to meet 2 times a year, but to their great credit, they meet 4 times a year, and that is very appreciated because they have a lot of work to do. But the reason that this change is needed as language is the data is always changing with regard to the qualifying medical conditions. And I appreciate what the TCMOB does when new qualifying conditions are either proposed or proposed to be deleted. You know, they do a thorough research on that, but there isn't a lot of looking at the current existing medical conditions. Given the push for Schedule 3 that we've seen at the federal level, and the commitment by the FDA to really study marijuana and the medical uses of marijuana, study it very robustly, there's going to be a lot of data that's going to be coming out. And so these actually need to be looked at every year. It's as a part of due diligence. So some very interesting points to consider is this bill doesn't impose any new requirements on the TCMOB. It merely outlines what they should be doing already according to RSA. It just adds that annual requirement on there. In order for our program, our TCP, to remain an evidence-based, highly regarded program, we have to be doing this due diligence on our medical qualifying conditions. And one of the ways that this bill actually would benefit the card holders in the legislature is that it actually would allow the medical marijuana card holders to have data that they can look at every year in the annual report about their specific condition and some of the latest science that's out there. I know that the data is always changing. I know this because I just finished writing a book for parents about marijuana, and I have 658 citations in that book. There is a lot of information that is every year cycling through about new studies that come out, new reviews, new meta-analysis on specific conditions. I do know that Dr. Andrew Seafield, who is the Spear Memorial Hospital Medical Director for ER and the Director of Trauma and Emergency Medical Services, he wasn't able to be here today because he's working. But one of the things that he has uploaded testimony to the committee, and if I could just quote what one little section that he wrote: as a physician who treats substance use disorders and routinely cares for patients with complex medical, psychiatric, and addiction-related conditions, I believe it is essential that decisions regarding qualifying medical conditions be grounded in clearly documented current medical evidence. Transparency in how recommendations are formed helps clinicians counsel patients appropriately, supports informed decision-making by patients, and provides clarity to the Department of Health and Human Services and the legislature. And the last thing I just want to add, if I could, is that, you know, when I get the opportunity, I try to attend TCMOB meetings, and everyone can. You can attend via Zoom. And so I was able to attend 2 of them in 2025, so 50% of them. I know one of the things that the TCMOB does is I know that they've been working very hard to try to educate physicians and survey them and find out ways that they could break down the barriers of physicians who may not want to authorize medical marijuana card holders. I would say while that is a noble goal, I think that what I'm not seeing from those meetings is an actual review of their first test according to the RSA. So we may hear today from a member of the TCMOB who says that, you know, we don't need a law to have us do that. And I would respond to that is that it's clarifying conditions, clarifying language, unless you actually add in a timeline, they usually don't, the job just doesn't get done unless you require it.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none? Good to see you again. Jerry Knirk, sorry. Just trying to... Good morning and welcome. Good to see you again.
Yeah, no, I'm on. Okay. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm Jerry Knirk, and I serve as the chair of the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board, established in 2019 and statutorily charged with the medical oversight of the therapeutic cannabis program. We're composed of 10 medical providers, and they represent different medical specialties: a therapeutic cannabis patient, the medical director of DHHS, and a clinical representative of an ATC. When TCMOB reviewed this bill, we were unclear about its intent. We already have a statutory charge to review new and existing qualifying conditions, and we have been doing that since our inception. As a result, we did not vote to either support or oppose the bill, but instead voted unanimously to provide testimony that this bill is not necessary. When new conditions are proposed via legislation, a subcommittee reviews the literature in depth and prepares a report for the board. We then vote on adding the condition. Sometimes we actually add a public hearing as well, and then come to another meeting later and vote. We often disagree, and we work long and hard adding restrictions and guardrails to finally reach consensus on our recommendation, because if we come in with a 5-4 vote, that's useless. The legislature can't use that. It's not a quick process. We also already do review existing qualifying conditions. Members of the board independently review the literature on an ongoing basis. If formal review is needed, we proceed with a subcommittee literature review, and then we actually must have a public hearing if we're going to remove a condition. At a subsequent meeting, we then vote on whether to remove the condition. Formal review of an existing qualifying condition is not a trivial process. It basically consumes major portions of 3 to 4 meetings. There's really no rationale to have a formal review of existing conditions annually. Scientific knowledge evolves slowly. The prior speaker is right. It will be accelerating and moving faster as we start having better research, and it's already accelerated. But one rarely changes recommendations on the basis of just 1 or 2 papers. Scientific decisions are made on the basis of the preponderance of data that evolves over time. For example, you will note that the FDA does not review indications for individual drugs on an annual basis. That would be very difficult. And there's no rationale for us doing it annually either. But things do change over time with increasing knowledge. So it is important that we do review them periodically. And we do. As I said, we've already been doing some. In 2023, we undertook a really long and complicated review of the qualifying condition of pediatric epilepsy. We're currently in the middle of reviewing the qualifying conditions of glaucoma and hepatitis C. We haven't scheduled a public hearing yet, but that's going to be scheduled after our next meeting, or actually maybe even before, but probably after the next one, and then we'll go through more of that process. Essentially, what this bill is asking us to do is to do a meta-analysis or a systematic review of the literature, which are major work products by academic researchers and published occasionally, but not annually, for various conditions and treatments. This bill asks us to do more than academic researchers do. If we're going to do that, we might as well all be promoted to full professors, but I don't think that's going to happen. It's also important to note that HB 1278 that was signed into law in 2024 allows provider discretion in certifying adult patients over age 21 for the therapeutic use of cannabis. A provider can now certify for any debilitating or terminal medical condition or symptom for which, in their opinion, the benefits of using therapeutic cannabis outweigh the risks. Therefore, the removal of a qualifying condition will actually have a limited impact upon a patient being able to be certified, as a provider can still certify for that condition at their discretion. Reviews of qualifying conditions, as I already pointed out, consume a substantial amount of time, and you will note that RSA 126X12 that established CCMOB establishes reviewing qualifying conditions as only one of our many charges. During 6 years of active work, we have, and I've got a long list on the written testimony, I'll just highlight it, reviewed dozens of legislative bills, including qualifying conditions, reviewed some existing qualifying conditions, reviewed the testing program for the products, reviewed the labeling requirements. We developed best practice guidelines for providers. We've developed educational materials for patients regarding a number of issues, cannabis-drug interactions and the risks of cannabis in pregnancy, breastfeeding, and adolescence. We've developed educational materials for providers and many of the same issues, and we also are in the middle of developing a large work document to educate providers so that they can more properly obtain informed consent if they're going to certify somebody. We held a listening session for patient concerns. We developed patient and provider surveys. We spent a full year, actually it was mostly during COVID, developing educational slide decks for providers, and we've presented educational webinars for providers, and we've addressed many other issues affecting the function of the Therapeutic Cannabis Board program. And all this is done by a volunteer board comprised of providers who are also busy in practice. The board is statutorily obligated to meet twice a year, as I was mentioned, but for the first few years we met monthly because there was so much work to be done. We're still meeting 4 times a year, and the hearings are extra added on to that as well. And as board chair, I give them hours of work to do in preparation for the meetings so our meetings can be efficient. Adding an unnecessary annual review of all conditions would be overly burdensome and it'd be impossible for this board to achieve. We would never find anybody who would be willing to work that many hours. It's as simple as that. The documentation requirement in lines 10 and 11 is also burdensome because I said, in addition to our formal reviews, we each personally review the papers every year, and it'd just be a busy work burden to keep lists just to add to an annual report. So in summary, we feel that this bill is not necessary and is unworkable. It does add a great deal of work. It doesn't just clarify annual. Making it annual rather than periodic is a lot more work. We would, if the committee wishes to proceed with it, we'd be glad to work with the sponsor and the committee to work on language, perhaps altering the proposed language that's currently there of, quote, annually reviewing to be something more workable, such as, quote, periodically reviewing performed as evolution of the medical literature dictates. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, the Honorable Dr. Knark. It's nice to see you again. I'm struck by the fact that thank you for reminding us that everyone who serves on the TCMOB is a volunteer. Do they get paid $100 a year like we do? No.
No, we don't get paid $100. We don't even get mileage.
No mileage.
No.
Okay. So this particular legislation is asking for reviewed with citations any changes in medical marijuana needs. And what I'm hearing you say is that this is a more strenuous and unnecessarily busy piece of work that is not applied to other parts of medical community in reviewing pharmacological products?
Yes, I mean, for example, the FDA will respond if there is compelling new information. Many years ago, there was a lot of information that Vioxx, an anti-inflammatory, had an increased risk of cardiovascular disease. They did a lot of work on it, sorted that out, and said, yes, it does, and they pulled it from the market. But they don't sit down every year and look at every different drug and see whether or not there's any new evidence on that. I mean, we do. I mean, I spend hours every month looking at all kinds of papers. And if there's something interesting, we start to see a trend, and then that's when we bring it up in meeting. And we actually have wanted to do this for a while. We've begun to push a little bit harder on it because of the program became into existence 10 years ago. And with that in mind, it is time to really get to work on it because we do have newer data. And glaucoma was one of the first things because I had a strong feeling that it wasn't all that helpful, and we have good treatments for it. And that's kind of where we're coming down, but we still have to do our hearing and everything like that. So yes, systematic reviews are good to read. I mean, they're fascinating, and they do a literature search, hundreds of papers, winnow it down to the good papers. But all this takes an enormous amount of time, and that's what you do when you're an academic, is your research project,
Right.
and then you publish it. You don't do it every year on every condition because it's just impossible.
Do we have any further questions?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, I think
You
we've
good?
covered it. Yeah, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate testimony. Anybody else who would like to testify in SB 400? Come on. Sorry, Representative, I didn't see you check off the speaking part. My apologies.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Liz Barber, representative from Hollis, District 35. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today, and I'm here to speak in support of SB 400. Annual review is important because medical cannabis research continues to evolve. Standards of care change, new studies emerge, and federal policy is moving toward expanded research. A defined annual review ensures that qualifying conditions are periodically re-examined in light of the current science. The requirement to include citations is critical to a quality research review. The periodical clarification simply creates a transparent record of what evidence was reviewed, allowing legislators, oversight committees, and the public to evaluate the scientific basis for decisions. In contrast to the previous speaker's testimony, this research is consistent with how medical evidence is handled in other regulatory settings. At the federal level, institutional review boards operating under FDA regulations are required to review medical and scientific materials and retain documentation of what they reviewed, including protocols and supporting scientific literature. The TCMOB is statutorily charged with researching the use of cannabis to mitigate the symptoms of qualifying medical conditions, and they are also mandated to provide a recommendation on adding or deleting these medical conditions to NHDHHS and the legislature. When medical evidence informs decisions affecting patient treatment, documentation is recognized as standard. SB 400 does not expand or restrict access, changing qualifying conditions, or alter the board's authority. It simply strengthens consistency and transparency around the important work that the board is already tasked with doing. For those reasons, I respectfully ask the committee to support SB 400. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have any questions from the committee? Senator Gannon.
Thanks for taking my question.
Thank you.
Dr. Knurk earlier said, I'll sum it up. I think he said it was going to be unduly burdensome on this board with the time they meet and to do such an in-depth dig on an annual basis and they're not paid. Do you feel that it's unduly burdensome on this board to do this work, or it's something that needs to be done?
Well, I certainly appreciate that the board does meet 4 times a year, and I realize that the amount of work and the reviews and the scientific literature that they're looking at is high. However, I think the citation is simple. Okay, I actually took a look at the minutes from October 8th on their meeting, and there was a really critical piece of information there regarding the cannabis. Let me just see if I can find it in my notes. I apologize. Oh, I'm sorry, the cannabis, the document entitled Cannabis and Other Drug Interactions. Now, this would be critical for anybody who is using medical marijuana. Within those minutes, this was not, the citation was not given. It did say that this information would be available on the website. When I searched the website, there was no information for reports, so it was very difficult to find it. I had to do a full search to bring that up. If within the regular activity of the board, if they cited there, most of their work is already done. Now we're talking about a review. I'm not in the medical field, but I think that these people are highly qualified, intelligent, and that their review process is probably much more thorough and less time consuming than the average person who would be doing this.
Any question? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Could I have Sue Harmala come up for 30 seconds?
Real quick, I'm running
Real
very
quick.
late.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, if you could go ahead. Again, you understand Dr. Knerk's position, too much burden, small committee.
Understand.
And your reaction to that.
So let me just add to this, is that this bill is not adding any requirements to the TCMOB other than giving a timeline for the review, because it currently appears like it's not getting done as regularly as it should. So I will say that all of the past TCMOB reports are public. Everybody can go on the TCP website, look at them, read them for yourselves. I've read all of them, the annual reports. This is reviewing the medical conditions is the #1 statutory job of the TCMOB. And from what I can tell on the past TCMOB reports, although that they do a great job looking at approving or reviewing proposed conditions, I don't see a lot of things that are getting done on existing medical conditions. One of the things that's important, I know that they've discussed time. This bill is not asking the TCMOB to do the studies. It's asking them to review the studies. I know for me, I do a lot of research all the time on drug-related things. I could sit down for 2 hours in the afternoon and go over glaucoma. So I'm just going to officially say it right here on record. I am more than happy to help the TCMOB do research, tee it up, provide them the citations, give it to them, and then the doctors can review that and see if that is thorough or if they want to add to it. I'm more than happy to give them a starting point. It's not as heavy as a ask as I think that it's being made out to be. And I know this because, again, 658 citations in a book that I just finished writing over the course of a couple months.
All right, thank you.
So, thank you.
Providing some further clarification. I've got to stop. I've got to stop it here, guys. I'm running
Okay.
way behind.
Thank you.
So any further comments you'd like to bring, please just email them into the board, okay? Honestly, I'm running way behind. I'm not going to do that right now. We're going to keep going back and forth. And I appreciate it. You've given us very good information. And please feel free if there's any further comments anybody would like to bring it to the board. And with that, I'm going to close the hearing on Senate Bill 400. All right, next one is mine. You got to do this.
Sorry. All right, our next bill is Senate Bill 428. We will introduce the prime sponsor, our chairman, Senator Pearl.
Good morning, committee. For the record, my name is Senator Howard Pearl. I represent District 17 and reside in the beautiful town of Loudon. I'm here today to introduce Senate Bill 428 relative to the maximum amount of terms an individual can serve on the Electricians Board. This bill simply allows a current or past board member to serve a third term on the Electricians Board. Currently, board members are capped at only serving 2 terms. These boards are voluntary and time-consuming for those volunteers. It is difficult to find good qualified candidates to fill these board positions, so this bill will allow those individuals who are interested in staying on the board, or for past board members who were termed out, to be able to serve 1 additional term. Excuse me. The institutional knowledge these board members bring to the board is an invaluable tool for the board and the work they do. As an example, there was a recent resignation from one of the electrician board members, so they currently now only have 4 members serving on the board. There are no current applicants in queue to fill this position. Allowing an interested board member to serve an additional term will go a very long way toward helping keeping the board fully occupied and the work to continue without fear of not having a quorum. I know this is an issue with a lot of boards, and not being able to find volunteers and to serve on these professional boards. So when we have interested volunteers who are professionals and they're ready and willing, we should let them serve and maybe not term them out. Applicants would still need to be nominated by the governor and approved by executive council to serve a third term. So there is some oversight on, having a board member, if they feel they're staying too long, then the governor could just not renominate. So anyway, I'm happy to try to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator, for your testimony. Any questions from the committee at this point?
All right.
Thank you, Senator. The only person I have signed up speaking in favor of the bill is Stephen Rancourt from ECBA.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Stephen Rancourt. I'm a licensed electrician in the state of New Hampshire and the executive director of the Electrical Contractors Business Association, the ECBA. I'm here to speak in favor of the bill. Senator Pearl did a great job introducing it. All the information he provided to you is the main reasons for this. We have a lot of people that have served over the years and they've capped out on the terms. As we all get a little older in life, unfortunately, they have a little bit more time, being a little bit semi-retired and stuff like that, to be able to donate their time back for that extra term. And it's particularly difficult getting public members, which are very important to our board. So we hope this will help ease the problem. We have multiple people that are willing to serve that extra term, so it will be very helpful to keep the board going. And I'll keep it short.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none? Anybody else that would like to testify on Senate Bill 428? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing. Ben, when you're ready. All good? All right, we're going to open the hearing on Senate Bill 424, and I'm going to recognize Senator McHugh, the prime sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, the rest of the members of the committee. So this bill is about improving the economic development efforts of the entire state, starting with the North Country. The Bureau of Economic Affairs has about 9 division directors, 8 or 9 unclassified division directors. Unfortunately, the North Country industrial agent is not one of them. He is that particular position, and this is not about one individual, but that particular division is an industrial agent and does not get the title, salary, respect of a division director. So this bill aims to elevate that position to a similar level and to give the tools to the commissioner to appoint up to 4 regional division directors. And in order to enable that, we have to repeal one position and give the ability for the commissioner to create all 4 positions and thereby promote, essentially, that one individual or the person, whatever that position is, to be nominated by the commissioner, confirmed by governor and council, to be a similarly unclassified division director. So the net effect is likely that the person who is currently very successful, well respected, you'll hear lots of testimony in support of the North Country Industrial Agent, which is a historical position, has been around for a long time, been very successful and widely supported by that region. The net effect is that person, I'm presuming, would likely continue to have that support and would likely be nominated and put into that position. So the flaw in the current language, and you'll see is corrected in the amendment, is it's not entirely clear, and that's why I've authored the amendment, to make it clear that there would be a 4-year term, they'd be unclassified. And the one thing that's missing is, that was pointed out to me, is the effective dates. So I've got another amendment in process to make sure that the repeal occurs after the rest, so there's no gap. There's to make sure that the new position or positions would be created before the repeal goes into effect, and that would just make sense. So what I would propose is an effective date for the repeal, say 7/1/27, and the rest of it 1/1/27 or something like that. I mean, the key message is that we want to replace an outdated single-purpose statutory position with a more flexible leadership-driven structure. There's already 8 or 9 of these division directors in the BEA, and there's just this one position that is merely an industrial agent that was created in statute 20-some years ago and has proven to be effective. So we should invest in not just the North Country, but every region with an economic development division director in an unclassified fashion. So it is likely a net increase in expenditure, but I feel that it's worthwhile, that economic development is an incredibly important thing for New Hampshire statewide. So the amendment before you upgrades the structure by authorizing the commissioner of the BEA to designate up to 4 of these regional division directors, each focused on regional economic development priorities as determined by the commissioner. The amendment calls out his ability to identify specialized skills, either industry or language skills, which we find incredibly important in the North Country, whether it's French speaking or expertise in healthcare or life sciences, as other regions may require. And unlike classified positions, an unclassified division director are appointed by governor and council, and I think we will probably hear later that there's broad support amongst council members and likely the governor as well. Of course, I don't speak for either of them, but to be clear, that the amendment is not about eliminating any economic development capacity. It's clearly about expanding that and giving attention, similar to what we did last year with the designation of Coos County as a distressed area. So we clearly, as a body, as both bodies, and I supported it, we put some emphasis on the North Country as needing special attention. So we should elevate that position to a division director like the other division directors within the BEA. So that's the objective of the bill. I do have some written testimony for the staff. So I'm happy to take any questions, and we'll get the amendment, an amendment to the amendment to clarify the effective date so there's no unnecessary gap.
Well, thank you, Senator, for your testimony. First question, I just want to make sure I'm clear. Your amendment's going to add 4 new positions to the BEA?
So it will enable the commissioner to shift around the division directors. There's already about 8 or 9 of them, and they're set up to be, travel and tourism and different segments. So it doesn't necessarily add 4 positions and go from 9 to 13. It enables him to allocate those positions by region.
Okay.
It allows the CEO of that part of government to have the tools to do that in statute, similar to what was done with that North Country Industrial Agent 20 years ago.
So as a follow-up to my own question, you don't envision a huge fiscal note associated with this?
No, I don't. The fiscal note on the current bill indicates about 111,000 returned, but I don't think that's terribly accurate because that would actually likely go up because the typical, say a DD grade, unclassified, the base is about 101, and that's just the base. And this fiscal note of 111 reflects base and like all in comp. So you could infer, and I don't actually know the specific numbers of like what that repealed position makes as a base. I can just look at the fiscal note and kind of infer. So you could infer that a divisional director is going to cost more. So there's going to be an incremental increase. But I think it's worth it. And I mean, ultimately, finance and the next budget cycle will
I was just
determine
going to
that.
say, I will say to you, if this survives the policy committee, expect a rigorous review in finance.
I do, hence my suggestion of an effective date in the next fiscal term, or at least the first part of it in 1/1 of 27, and then the repeal in 7/1 of 27.
Any questions from the rest of the committee? Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Did the BEA ask you to help them restructure?
So as you're probably aware, there's been some transition at the BEA. And so this will enable an advancement and modernization of the BEA leadership structure as soon as we have a new leader. As you know, we have an interim commissioner now.
Yeah, may I follow up?
Yes.
So, thank you for the explanation, but did anyone at the BEA ask you to help them restructure the organization?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? All right, seeing none? All right, we have a long list of folks here who want to testify, so I'm going to just remind you all of the rules. If we try and keep it brief, please don't repeat what other people have said, and just kind of summarize your testimony, and feel free to pass lengthy written testimony in either by email or to the aides so that we can keep the hearing moving along, okay? We generally start with reps and senators and executive counselors, but that's most of the list. So I guess we'll start with Councilor Kenny. Please turn your mic on, Councilor. Welcome back.
Thank you. It's great to be back, Mr. Chairman. Many years ago, I served on the ED&A committee, and it was a great committee to be serving on. So
It's the best in the Senate.
it's congratulations. Yes. So good morning. My name's Executive Counselor Joe Kenny from District 1. And so I represent northern New Hampshire all the way to the Canadian border, all the way down to Dover and Durham and Madbury. As you can imagine, it's a big district, about 3.5 hours from one end to the other. So I served 4 terms in the House, 3 terms in the state Senate. And somehow along the way, they made me the nominee for governor in 2008, the Republican nominee. So that was an interesting trip. I'm opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 424, a bill that eliminates the North Country industrial agent position within the Department of Business and Economic Affairs, and to distribute the responsibilities of this position to other people within the department. I believe this bill is not really well thought out piece of legislation, and it lacks clarity on what the bill is supposed to accomplish. In the bill, it states that the areas of the state should be served equally according to their economic needs. I want to make it quite clear that the North Country is a difficult place to find work, and it's and to create business opportunities. In fact, it was your body last year that passed legislation to make Coos County a distressed place economy. To put Coos County on equal footing with other counties in the state is really unfair. And Senate Bill 424 would handicap the North Country by taking away the industrial agent position. The original reason to create a North Country industrial agent position was to devote a full-time state employee to serve the economic development needs in the interest of the North Country. The North Country and the Lakes region are most challenged areas when it comes to economic development. What can be accomplished in Nashua or Manchester takes 10 times the effort in the North Country because of the lack of workforce skills, infrastructure, access to road networks, energy costs, and housing. The North Country Industrial Agent is a critical position that acts to recruit, retain, and develop North Country business opportunities. The current industrial agent has worked in this position for 19 years, and he is well known throughout the North Country business community for his active work in developing business plans, cutting through state regulation, and facilitating answers through contacts in state government. He is fluent in French, and he has guided many Canadian companies into the northern region of our state. He is a trusted agent both domestically and internationally. He has the respect of those he serves with and helps to answer new client questions of how to do business in New Hampshire and how to access startup funding and finance. The legislature, this legislation has no input from the Business and Economic Affairs Department, no input from the 5 economic development corporations in the 3 northern counties, no input from the Statewide Business Industry Association, and no input from the 3 northern county chambers of commerce. I must ask myself why this legislation was brought forward and what's behind it. As an executive council for the region of the state, I rely on the North Country Industrial Agent position to help guide me how I can better assist businesses. Without the collaboration and professionalism, the North Country would be without a critical human resource and friend. It was the late Ray Burton, Executive Council Ray Burton, who went to bat for this position. I am too here today to defend this position in the executive branch of government. The North Country needs this dedicated position to be the face of economic development in a difficult region of the state in which it operates in. I ask that the committee vote the bill down and send it to the full Senate in expedient to legislate. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Counselor. Thank you for
Yes.
your support of the North Country. Would you not support the industrial agent being elevated to being promoted to a division director?
Absolutely not, because this is a grassroots position where they need to jump in and out of the businesses. They don't need to be a supervisor. Who are they supervising? They have no staff underneath them. This position right now doesn't even have an office. The late commissioner got rid of office space for some of the business folks that were industrial agents that were doing recruitment and retention. What we need to do is build out the current position to give them more resources and give them the opportunity to have an office so they can bring their clients in. I don't think that eliminating this position and elevating to some regionalized supervisor is the way to go, and nor does the North Country. Quite frankly, the North Country is really upset about this legislation. They like what they have. We need to keep it. There's no other support for this legislation that I know of, and it's time for it to go away.
Further questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. Senator Rocher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is David Rochefort. I represent Senate District 1. We have the unique position of representing the entire North Country in addition to 1/3 of the area of the state of New Hampshire. I represent over 50 towns and unincorporated places. I know in Concord we kind of run on one-liners sometimes, and the one-liner for this bill is if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The current setup that we have works well. As a senator, not only in this body, but someone in the community, I was never asked if this needs an adjustment. So maybe it's just me, but there's no select boards in my 50+ towns that I represent, no chamber of commerce, no economic development leaders, no state representatives, no business owners, no members of the public. We've heard from the executive counselor who represents this area, and we also heard previously that the BEA hasn't even asked for this. So this is unneeded, it's unnecessary, it's unasked for, and I'll leave you with one more one-liner. This is a solution looking for a problem. And I ask you to ITL this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Does Does anybody have any time restrictions? I mean, like I said, we try and prioritize generally. I know so there's plenty of reps here. I just want to make sure all right, and I'm just going to go right down through the list as it's written. Representative Ouellette, did you want to speak? Yes. Okay, come on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, and I will be very brief. It's a pleasure to be here and testify in front of you, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity. My name is Mike Ouellette. I'm from Colebrook. I represent COAS District 3. I'm a member of the Canadian Trade Council, and I'm also representing the whole COAS County delegation. Notwithstanding the restructuring that Senator McGough has proposed, and I appreciate the efforts and thought he's put into it. But the position will be eliminated through this bill. And it was created through statute to focus on economic development for the North Country. We've heard about the designation of the distressed area and stuff, but so I'll leave it like this. The gentleman that holds the position right now is well-known, respected, and has been a strong voice and advocate for the North Country for a lot of years. The entire COAS County delegation unanimously opposes this bill. This bill directly affects the North Country, and North Country doesn't want it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the commissioner?
Yeah, I have a question.
Senator McGill?
Thank you, Representative Ouellette, for your testimony. Is there some reason to believe that the current occupant wouldn't be nominated and confirmed by Governor and Council for the proposed director position?
We're very happy the way that the structure is right now, and this being a statute gives this position teeth that it's going to be there forever. If this, at the same other hand, he can apply for your new position that you're creating, but can you guarantee he's going to get it? That would lose our strongest advocate for the North Country if he doesn't. We like the way things are. He's not, and I've spoken to him, he doesn't have the ambition to move up. He's happy where he is. And as Senator Rochford says, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Further questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Committee. I am Representative Linda Di Silvestro, District 17, Manchester, and this is my 7th term on the Canadian Trade Council. And I do oppose Senate Bill 424. The person we're speaking about is Benoit Lamontagne, and he should remain in this appointed position. And he was appointed by Commissioner George Bald because of his deep knowledge of New Hampshire business and his heritage and connections to Canada, making him uniquely qualified to strengthen cross-border economic opportunities. I'll eliminate a lot of what I've said because you've already heard it. I do not support this bill. I would suggest voting it ITL. And decisions of this importance must be grounded in qualification and proven performance, not envy or personal animus. And I'm not taking any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator D? Come on. Good to see you back in the House. Well, the Senate, but the House being the whole building.
Back in the building.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the committee, my name is Lou D'Alessandro. I'm from Manchester, New Hampshire, and I rise to bring no support at all to Senate Bill 424. I stand here, or I sit here and say to you, Ray Burton is turning over in his grave as this bill is being heard. Raymond Burton served more time on the Executive Council than anybody in the history of the state of New Hampshire. It was Ray Burton's desire to make the North Country equal with the rest of the state of New Hampshire. This effort has been maintained throughout the years. The North Country needs this kind of support. The fact that the person who's currently in this position is also bilingual is an essential amenity. It just makes a great deal of sense. Our trade with Canada is the greatest of any trade sponsored by this state. The economic well-being of the northern counties is contingent upon that trade continuing and the rapprochement that exists between Canada and the state of New Hampshire. We've been part of many trade missions back and forth that have been organized and brought forth by the department. It was said earlier that George Bald hired this individual. George Bald, wonderful commissioner of DRED, did a great job for the state of New Hampshire in many ways. And I think one of the big deals is the economic viability of the northern part of the state. Jobs are hard to find. The person holding this position at this time has done tremendous work in bringing business to the northern counties. He was an entrepreneur in the northern counties, owned a Radio Shack business in Coos County. I mean, come on, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Is it our stated need to make things better for the state of New Hampshire? Not to destroy things that exist, that are working, as the senator from District 1 said. If it's not broken, how are you going to fix it? Just seems to be $1,750 was spent to draft this. I would think that $1,750 should be repaid to the state for this piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the committee, for listening to my diatribe. It's a great experience. You know, it's part of the American dream to come and testify.
Well,
So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. It's good to see you back.
Thank you
Any
so much.
questions?
Appreciate it.
Senator Gannon, did you have a question?
Yes. Senator Salsandro, why were you not chosen as coach at UNH? What was wrong with that? It's an injustice.
Thank you.
Injustice. Good to see you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you. Former Speaker Shurtleff. Welcome back.
It's nice to be
Good
home
see you.
again.
Also good to see you in the house again.
Well, thank you. For the record, my name's Steve Shurtleff, and I'm a resident of Ward 1 of Concord, the village of Pennacook. And having to follow the line of the Senate, this will be even briefer than I originally had planned. Very brief. I spent 10 years on the Canadian Trade Council. I've seen firsthand how well this system works. And I would just say to my friend from Merrimack, with all due respect, no matter how many times you change a bill with an amendment that's bad, it's still a bad bill. And I would ask this committee to please vote no. Again, with respect to my friend. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, you're good. Honorable Linda Massimilla. Come on.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. For the record, I am former state representative Linda Massimilla, and I've lived in the North Country for over 50 years. I'm going to summarize my comments so you don't have to worry about my 4 pages. And
Thank you.
I'm going to give you some personal illustrations of how valued Bina LaMontagne and his position is in the North Country. And because of time constraints, I'll take no questions.
B&O has an extensive statewide and Canadian network of contacts, including small business and large businesses, multiple government and educational agencies, vital industrial and manufacturing connections that have proved invaluable to the survival and success of the North Country. A personal experience in 2014, he helped me work with the White Mountains Community College and some local manufacturers to set up a CNC advanced manufacturing program at Hugh Galland Career Center in Littleton for veterans and for local employees. Several years later, we were recognizing the fact that New York and other northern states had a real presence as far as tourism was concerned in Canada. And for some reason, we had fallen behind. So B&O and the director of New Hampshire's Division of Travel and Tourism at the time, Vicki Simoneau, and several of us North Country, New Hampshire Canadian Trade Council members worked together, and we organized and initiated a brainstorming event to address the tourism issue by targeting and developing several marketing strategies to promote New Hampshire's North Country tourism and our region. And as a result of that, we came up with a French and English brochure of the White Mountains, highlighting the towns of Littleton and Bethlehem, and those were distributed to all of the welcome centers and businesses throughout the state. B&O used his fluency in French and his extensive Northern Borders contacts, as well as his New Hampshire Canadian Trade Council membership, to organize several reciprocal events that were held in the North Country, which garnered many appreciative comments from our Canadian partners, and they were grateful for the shorter distance and travel time. And some of the local merchants in the area also benefited. Finally, in regards to state funding and resource allocations, and because of our location and the demographics, the North Country's needs are frequently addressed as an afterthought. B&O has been one of the region's most coveted resources and advocates. We are not willing to give him up easily. He's respected and he's valued by all who know him. He's proven his worth hundreds of times over by his accessibility, his caring, his experience, resourcefulness, and dedication to North Country issues and its constituents. I am sure if he were serving any other part of the state, he and his position would be retained, valued, and jealously guarded until he chose to retire. New Hampshire's government is supposed to work effectively for the good of all its regions and its constituents. Senate Bill 424, which specifically targets the North Country, does not work for either. So while B&O in his profession will continue, his position will continue to be a benefit, not only for the northern New Hampshire, but for the rest of the state as well, for a very long time to come. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Honorable Brad Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to see you again.
See you too.
Dear members of the committee, my name is Brad Bailey. I am a resident of Monroe, and I served in the New Hampshire House from 2013 to 2019, representing the Littleton area, where I also own a business. And I am expressing my strong opposition to SB 424. The industrial agent position assigns a single employee, as we've already said, to Coos, Grafton, and Carroll counties, covers half of the state. Having been involved in North Country businesses and in the business community since 1984, I have worked with individuals and companies across the North Country from Littleton to Pittsburgh. Our region has distinct needs and opportunities compared to Concord, Manchester, Portsmouth, or Nashua, and the industrial agent is a vital resource because that individual understands our specific economic landscape and the unique advantages our communities offer to businesses looking to grow or relocate. Recently, I asked several peers and business leaders in the North Country if they were consulted by the sponsors of this bill or if they understood its origin. Every person I spoke to answered no. No one in Groveton, no one in Gorham, no one in Colebrook, no one in Lancaster, no one in Berlin, not one. Finally, as a former member of the legislature, I reached out to our senator for the North Country when I heard of this bill, and I asked him specifically, as a courtesy, did the prime sponsor give him a heads up, let him know what he was thinking, consult with him? The answer was no. The industrial agent position is one of the most effective initiatives produced by our state government. I strongly urge the committee to vote inexpedient to legislate, including any amendments on SB 424. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. All right, we have about 4 more to go, so we're getting close. George Bald.
Thank
Morning,
you,
sir.
Mr.
Welcome.
Chairman, members of the committee. My name is George Bald. I served 13 years as Commissioner of Department of Resources and Economic Development, and I would strongly encourage you to vote this bill down. I won't go into length at Bino's qualifications. He is a remarkable individual, and attracting business from Quebec is far easier than trying to bring companies from Boston, and his ability to speak the language. But even that aside, the idea of losing this position in the North Country is a real travesty, and to me, it's an insult to the 3 northern counties. You know, Senators, I would ask you tonight if you would go online and put bus service in New Hampshire, and you'll see the state of New Hampshire has a map of where bus service is. And look at the Manchester and Nashua corridor and compare that with all 3 northern counties. It's just a small indication of how difficult it is for the North Country. And when I was commissioner, if a company in Merrimack asked for help, I would help them. If a company in Nashua, I spent a lot of time with the mayor at the time, Portsmouth, but I put a lot of effort in the North Country because they don't have the same resources we do. And as hard as they try, it's just not there. There are companies that say, oh, well, yeah, I'd like to go up there, but I can't travel that far. So to me, putting this legislation forward is a real insult to the 3 communities. And I could talk at length, having served in that capacity and seeing what it is. You need somebody that lives there, that loves the North Country and is committed to helping the businesses and putting a position. If you want to help finance, you want to help that agency, put more money into their ability to go to Montreal. That's where it's going to help.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have Senator McGee with a question?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thanks for coming and sharing your comments. You may recall we spoke right after this LSR was published.
Yes.
On this topic. And I'm just wondering if you could relate some of your reaction when I discussed with you the purpose behind the bill was to elevate and invest additional funds and promote the industrial agent to a higher level of division director, so we could put more attention into not just that region, but all the regions. Can you relate?
You don't need, Senator, you don't need to promote those positions. You need to put the resources so that they can do what they need to do. But adding 4 more positions that have to go in governor council is not a way of improving the professionalism of that organization. If you have to go every 4 years, it's like a department head. I understand because I had to do it myself, but the people in those positions should be permanent positions who every day are doing their job. Senator, I got to tell you, it was curious to me that a senator from a district that has so much availability, healthcare, transportation, I could go on, would put legislation in that affects the North Country without having discussions with people in the North Country. If you truly wanted to help that agency and those people, then I would have suggested you would have called a lot more people than you did.
Further questions from the committee? All right, thank you for your
Thank you
testimony.
very much.
Kevin Shine, I'm not sure, you didn't want to speak? Okay, thank you. Barry Norman.
Good morning.
Good morning and welcome.
My name is Barry Normando. I'm Groveton, New Hampshire. I'm probably the only business person here, and I come with many, many hats on this morning. My phone is still buzzing right now because so many people are scathingly mad at this piece of legislation. The business community up there cannot believe this is happening. I also have had previous positions in the northern part of the state besides my own company. I buy distressed companies and turn them around. It's very difficult to do in the North Country. I rely upon this man for a lot of things. I also was for better part of 10 years, the U.S. Treasury's chairman of a CDFI, Economic Development Lender. Again, in that position, I always had to go find who's ever occupying it. When the paper mills collapsed in the North Country, the governor's office asked me to start a regional economic action group to deal with the carnage. We lost 3,000 jobs. Again, this is where I went. And over the years, that position's become refined because of the person in it. So today, I'm saying to you, what are we supposed to do? I hear about somebody's going to reallocate these responsibilities to somebody else that's not even associated with the North Country. You can't imagine what I'm listening to on the phone. There is nothing in this bill that would encourage anybody to ever vote for it. And we're deeply insulted in the North Country.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have
Thank
any
you.
questions? Seeing none, appreciate you coming down. Raymond Guzman? He left? Oh,
Excuse me, I'm hard of hearing.
that's okay.
Probably like most of them.
I'll use it.
I have two sets of handouts for you. And in this,
And Ben, this is our final
There we
speaker,
go.
so check the other sheet. Thank you.
so each of these handouts, we put some statistics and things in there to basically back up our thoughts on this. And my name is, first of all, is Raymond Gorman. I'm County Commissioner from Coos County. I'm representing today the county commissioners. All right, I'm from District 3 in Colebrook, New Hampshire. And we strongly oppose this bill, okay? And it was for obvious reasons. And it's, for me today, it's a little, I get down here and then hear the amendment. I think it's all the more reason why we need to oppose this. And a lot of what's been said today is also in what's been written there. But the last thing the North Country needs to do is take any steps back on economic development. And definitely the folks in the North Country feel that that's what would do this now. And, I mean, easily, we could have got a lot more people down here today to testify. You can see that we got a good group as it is. And it's important that we get the recognition we need. And I think that's one thing I would say today is that the North Country is getting the recognition that there's economic development is important to us. And I would think a grassroots North Country work with the folks in the North Country to help us where we do something beforehand, where everybody knows about it, could be very successful. All right. Definitely. I mean, the county, we've hired a gentleman from Canada, Sherbrooke area, to advise us on helping us bring some businesses to the Coos County, especially Berlin and Colebrook areas, especially where we have the trade-free zones and stuff like that. So we're looking to develop economic development in the North Country, but not through these bills. And I would really, I think this sounds like it just got so confused and messed up that you definitely need to work with the North Country people on this, and it could be something that comes out positive. But today, I do not support the amendment or the bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. All right, we have one more speaker, Stuart Arnett.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for letting me get here on the tail end. I'm Stu Arnett. I live here in Concord, and just for the record, we have a company that is here in Concord. We have a existing contract with the Business and Economic Affairs Department, but it has nothing to do with this. I had a great privilege and pleasure to be your Economic Development Director for 3 governors up to 20 years ago, and had also good pleasure of working with Commissioner Bald here behind me for him. Because we have the contract, and I don't want to double guess on anybody's performance, it's not appropriate. I do want to kind of tell you the history of how this was set up, and how, in essence, the model of having someone targeted to an area and anchored became a model that we then replicated statewide. Because when I started, at least, what you had is one person in the field who knew the field, and you had 4 people clustered around their desk in Concord, sort of answering calls or emails and not really having familiarity with any one specific area. And we saw that the very strong difference where businesses and communities had a real sense of accountability for someone who they knew was assigned to them, and vice versa. So when we had staff meetings, the agent would come back and say, my businesses are feeling this, my businesses need this. Where the other 4 were, this is what I heard yesterday, and this is the phone call I got the day before. So we then broke it out and had a person assigned to 4 other districts. We had 5 in total, and the state had coverage. And then we evaluated them. Did they go out and visit their larger employers? Did they talk to community leaders? And one of the nice things that happened over time, senators, is that they began to identify with their region. They would start coming back and saying, my employers need this, and having their own partnerships and such. So I think what works for the North Country, if anything, could be and was replicated statewide and was working. So the question is why have that in statute? The reason you have it in statute is because typically when commissioners change and directors change, then they have their own priorities and pull everybody back to Concord. They move people around and such. And it's very easy to start redeploying assets if you don't have some requirement to say, this is how we have to service the area. And maybe the best thing, and I'll end up with this, was it's somewhat like the district engineer for Department of Transportation. You have someone who knows your roads for your region. They're still reporting back to a commissioner. They're still reporting back to the highway director. But you have someone who knows your district, and you can't pull all those engineers back into Concord for 3 or 4 years when a new commissioner comes in, because the system is there that districts get someone assigned that gets to know the area. So the idea of having a person allocated to a district, committed, getting to know it, I think has worked before. It is working in North Country, and I would encourage to allow the new commissioner, whoever that might be coming in, and new directors coming in, to refocus back on having allocation to region by region. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none? Anybody else wants to testify on Senate Bill 424? All right, seeing none, we're going to close the hearing. Okay. And in just a minute, we will open up 572. I'm sorry? No one on 572? Okay.
I'll tell them that you're, they're just signing it, they couldn't get in.
Oh, okay. All right, folks, I've got another bill here, so if we could maybe move to the hall, thank you.
You don't have to come home, but you can't stay here.
We're gonna move. All right, we're gonna open the hearing on Senate Bill 572, and I will turn it over to Senator Reardon, the prime sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the ED&A Committee. I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 572 relative to some New Hampshire hospital real estate. Last year in the budget, the Finance Committee and the budget that passed the House and was signed by the governor proposed selling a corner of the state hospital campus known as the Philbrook Center. There's a building there and all of that, and in fact recognized that revenue in the budget for this year. When there was follow-up done after that budget was passed, it was determined that the state hospital campus in its entirety, as it states in the statute, is not subdividable. So in fact, this is a cleanup from last year's budget, and both the city manager from Concord and Commissioner Arlinghouse are here to talk about the details about how to effectuate that.
All right, thank
Thank
you for
you.
your testimony. Questions? All right. Do you guys have a preference who goes first, or you want to go together, or?
Let's go together.
All right.
I'm Charlie Arlinghouse. I'm from the Department of Administrative Services.
Thomas Bell, City Manager, City of Concord.
Well, welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
It's not very complicated at all. You want us to sell a piece of property. We can only sell it if there's notwithstanding that one statute language that allows us to peel the corner off and sell it. If you don't pass the bill, we can't sell the property, and we won't. If you do pass the bill, we will sell the property.
Doesn't get any more poignant than that.
Speaking with the City Council for City of Concord, they've authorized me to come here and speak on behalf of the bill, and hopefully you vote in favor. We're looking at potentially acquisition of that site, or would like to have it obviously get back on the tax rolls if possible. But we're actually doing a study right now in the Memorial Field area to determine whether or not Memorial Field needs to be expanded for parking or for space, and that is immediately adjacent to that. So it makes sense for us to acquire the property if we can, or again, get it back on the tax rolls.
Okay. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you both.
Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak on SB 572? Seeing none, the hearing is closed. We have a long afternoon, beginning at 1 p.m. So I'm gonna, is there any of these that you guys want to exec right now? That's the last one for the morning, right? Yeah. Any that you care about execing? I think I'm gonna just have the, if you want to move into exec, we can do a few of these that are real easy. If you've had enough, I'm okay to wait a little while. How you feeling?
What would the ladies like? I'm fine.
Well, there's a couple that seem
All right.
just fairly straightforward and non-controversial, and
All right, I'll take a motion to go into exec.
motion to go into exec. I'm just gonna tell Senator Reardon, who's
Yeah,
in
if
the
you might
hallway,
want to
that
grab her, because we'll do hers first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll wait till I come back to vote. Could you send that around to Ben? See, I can't get it wrong. They're both Ben. By the way, welcome, Ben. Glad to have you here. So now we have Ben and Ben 1, Ben 2. And you guys can figure out which one is which. Thank you. All right, we have a motion to go into exec. All in favor? Aye. Might as well start with this last one. We have a motion on 572. We want to pass? Moved and, do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion from the committee?
Oh, where's the big-
Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Move
Any
consent.
opposed? Consent is moved. All in favor? Aye. Senator Reardon, would you like to take this out?
Can you just quote Mr. Ellinghouse? In the blurb, don't, we won't.
It does not get any more straight to the point than that.
It's like, oh, okay.
All right, so let's go back to the beginning, 528. And Ben, slow me down if you need to, okay? All right. Do we have a motion on 528? 528, the first one we heard. I don't know that you were here for that one. I think you missed it. Okay. Oh, would you like me to hold off on that until you get a chance to look at it? Yes.
Then I will defer to.
I will move on to pass. Do you have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Basic discussion for the benefit of those of you who did miss some of the testimony or all of it. It simply prohibits a lobbyist from lobbying for a foreign adversary. It is really as simple as that, and it's a lot of words to get there.
How do we decide who's a foreign adversary?
You're listed.
Okay.
Yes.
I haven't looked at it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it lists the specific countries.
Any further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Maybe we ought to keep that on the regular.
I don't know if she wants to speak on it.
Was she?
She can always
Senator
pull it.
Purcell?
She can, it'll just move it to the end.
Yeah. She has to close,
Doesn't matter.
close the
Okay.
day anyway, so where's she going?
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll agree, she did not mention it, I mean, there was no request made not to, so I'm fine with consent, and
Fine.
if we are in the wrong, then it can get pulled. All in favor?
Aye.
I'll take this one out. When Ben is ready, all set? All right, 569, the qualification for hearings officers. Again, this one was, I felt pretty straightforward. Do we have a motion?
Motion to pass.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. There was concern raised from, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on who raised concern on this, about the education and experience. I apologize. And I agree with the comments made by Attorney O'Connor that I don't read the bill to mean education and experience, meaning they had to have been an administrative adjudicating hearing officer prior to that. I would say that, to my opinion, it means that they have to have experience in that field, which could be an attorney that's served, perhaps bringing these cases. So we want to make, I promised I would make that clear on the blurb, so then I want to make sure we do that. Hopefully you can word it better than I did.
Department of Labor?
I think it was Department of Labor
so.
that had the concern, but I don't know if it was at their request.
Uh,
And they did not oppose it. They
No,
just
they
had a
were
concern about
neutral.
that, making that clear. So. All right.
I think it was both plaintiff and defendant's bar. Both came together and supported it.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Consent is moved. All in favor?
Aye.
Senator Gannon, would you like to take this one?
Sure, thank you.
Senator Gannon?
At 423. Ben, we're all set? Okay. 423, we need a small committee amendment. That was requested. So, do we have a motion?
Yeah, so on this one,
Do you want to hold? I know you had.
well, I just would like to discuss it. for a
Okay, do you want to
second.
discuss before we move it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
if
okay,
I
go
could.
ahead.
So my issue on this, I mean, it's something I know a little bit about. I've been to these things and, a lot of these CISD meetings and whatever, and they're really, really valuable. there's always a lot of first responders participating to kind of tell their story and, therapize one another, and it's very, very useful. And it's great to have the insurance members and the attorneys and all of those resources, but I think it's really important to have a significant number of folks working the streets, as licensed healthcare providers, and I only count 3 out of 19. So it does, and on other boards, we even have another bill and an amendment on another board to add an ambulance association member and a paramedic association member. And I don't think that's an unreasonable request if we're adding members.
So currently, we only have, just for my clarification, your concern is that we only have the emergency medical technicians?
Yeah.
Sort of representing first responders?
So if I count first responders, I would say like a line police officer, so New Hampshire Police Association, that's number 12, line 25, page 1. PFF&H, line firefighter, as opposed to the chiefs, and New Hampshire Association of EMT. So that's 3 for sure.
So the fire chief.
Who are working first responders, responding license. There's other licensed providers, but they're not necessarily working on the line. Responding daily, taking care of patients or involved actively in those incidents. So that's 3. You might stretch it and say, okay, if fire chief's not too far removed, police chief's not too far removed, but mostly they are, because they've risen up through the ranks of command, lieutenant, captain, et cetera. So they could be a little further removed career-wise. They could be 5-10 years from working the streets.
So what's your recommendation?
So my recommendation is we add an ambulance association member and a paramedic association member along to the list. So at least we have 5 and 16 instead of 3 and 16.
How about if we give you one? Pick one.
Well, they would pick a paramedic association.
Paramedic association.
Yeah, that's what's been asked. So both of those have been asked for on the medical control board by those associations. That's an amendment that's pending in our committee.
I'd be fine with the paramedic association, and the request was made that we also add a member from the community mental health center. So we need somebody to move the bill.
Honestly, there's no nurses represented here either.
I think we're okay because we received a lot of testimony from the members of the committee that they had what they needed to do a good job. So they can always bring those folks in if they want further.
Okay.
So I need somebody to move the bill.
I'll move on to pass.
Move on to pass. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, moved and seconded, and I'm going to move a committee amendment. Then make sure I'm clear on that. We're going to add 2 members, Community Mental Health Center and a paramedic association member. I'm also going to make a suggestion based upon what you brought up on quorum. If we're going to add 2 more members, I would suggest on line 17 that we move the quorum from 9 members to 10 to more accurately reflect half of the committee. If everyone would be okay with that?
Yeah, the total up, right? I think so.
Yeah, so that would be on line 17, page 2. So we're going to move the quorum membership from 9 to 10. And then we're going to add the 2 members. Are you clear on the committee amendment?
Yep.
Okay.
Paramedic, 1 member from
New Hampshire Paramedic Association.
New Hampshire, okay.
and 1 member from the community mental health centers.
Yes. Just mental health centers. Yeah. Yes.
Don't we already have a mental health?
1 member of a community mental health center. Yeah.
Oh, we already have NAMI, okay.
All right, is the committee clear on the committee amendment?
Yep.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, and we, Senator McHugh moved the bill, and so he'll move it ought to pass as amended. Senator Gannon will second. Any further discussion on the bill as amended? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Senator McHugh, would you like to take this one out?
Sure.
Oh, that's right.
Consent's fine, yeah.
Consent? Second, all in favor? Aye. And Senator Gannon, Senator McHugh will take this out. Thank you for catching that. I would, I want to hold 420. I'm not quite ready to make a decision on that. .402 seems pretty straightforward. Do we have a motion? 402 is the physician associate, non-compete business physician associate. We have a motion about to pass and a second. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent is moved, all in favor? Aye. And I will take this one out since I'm a co-sponsor on it. There.
Is it on consent?
Yes, we did
Yeah,
consent.
okay.
I think I still have some questions on 400, so I think we should hold that. Four 28 was the electricians board. I will move up to pass. Is there any discussion on 428? Sorry, Ben, am I going too fast? Okay, 428. All right, seeing no discussion, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Consent?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
And I will also take this one out. And we'll hold the next one. So we're gonna motion to come out of exec.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. We will be in recess until 1 PM. I want to commend both Bens and all of you. We've done a great job getting through these bills this morning. So, thank you. We're
Numbers gonna cost more.
Processing some of them through, like, yeah.
I just wasn't sure how tired everyone is.
Well, we still have an hour and a half.
I don't, I appreciate it. We're all done until 1 o'clock, see you then.
right, welcome back. We will open the public hearing for Senate Bill 529 and welcome the prime sponsor, Senator Rochford. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. For the record, my name is David Rochford. I represent Senate District 1, Senate Bill 529, an act giving preference to lumber source in the United States on all state-funded building projects. And I'm going to start talking about lumber grading and the differences of lumber grading. But I am the first to admit I am not an expert lumber grader. There are people behind me that have far more extensive knowledge bases than I do. So I'm going to hit a couple bullet points and happy to answer questions. But like I said, I think there's people here that could probably more accurately answer those questions. So we're going to talk about the bill talks about a certain grade of lumber called SPF. SPF stands for spruce, pine, and fir. These are lumber species, not a single tree species. This type of lumber is very commonly used in residential and commercial construction because of its strength. And the SPF lumber comes from Canada. There's a line of delineation at the international border. And then south of that, we have SPFS lumber. That stands for spruce, pine, fir, south. That's the same species of trees as SPF, same trees, but harvested in the United States. Parts of New Hampshire, like Coos County, Northern Carroll, and Grafton counties, share the same climate zone where SPF lumber comes from, but because there's that line of delineation at the Canadian border, we have to classify it as SPFS. And, I've asked all the experts behind me, they still can't answer the question. How does a tree know that grows in Quaticook, Quebec, that it's an SPF, and a tree that grows in Pittsburgh knows that it's an SPFS? And to my knowledge, they can't answer that question. Hopefully they may have an answer for you. But the bill itself doesn't change building codes. It doesn't change structural standards. And the problem that we have here is that, when building plans call out for SPF in their designs, it automatically it makes us have to comply with that and buy a Canadian product. And like I said, if the same tree grows a mile south of the Canadian border, how does it know, the difference? So what 529 does, it doesn't change building codes. It does not weaken our state structural standards. It does not make construction more expensive. If anything, I think it'll make things less expensive. There's tariffs and fees and stuff that take place when we move product over the border. We have the same species of trees right here, and if we can cut those here and put them in our mills and do that would be beneficial, we think, to the building trades and construction projects. So there's two things in 529. It says the material specification of any state-funded building in New Hampshire shall give preference to lumber harvested in the United States unless design criteria necessitates utilizing an imported source. And then Roman numeral 4, construction drawings or design specification using softwood framing lumber harvested in the United States shall reference that USP or that United States source SPFS. Again, it's not a mandate. It just establishes a preference for certain products, and that preference is our product. So, like I said, I'd be happy to answer questions. If we get too technical, I think I'm going to defer to the folks behind me.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Senator Gannon.
So just on line 5 on your primary page, the word preference, forgetting existing tariffs, whether they stand or not, let's say there's no tariffs. If the price is cheaper for the Canadian product, could I wouldn't give the American preference?
Preference is a pretty open term for that. It's not a mandate. We don't require them. It just gives preference to that.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question.
Who is the authority that declares something spruce pine fir or spruce pine fir south?
I am going to defer that to the folks coming up behind me. I think I know the answer, but they definitely will answer that
I
question.
want to guess and then we'll find out if you're.
You know, as it was explained to me, the SPF, and again, I could be wading into it deep, but
I get that they're kinds of trees, but who?
yeah. So the SPF, as I understand it, a number of years ago, that line of demarcation was set by the federal government, and it was set based on all the influences that go on in Washington. And it's the same. It's the South designates south of the Canadian border versus SPF, which is north of the Canadian border. So, and if I totally stepped in it, they will correct me.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
They will keep you from getting a sunburn.
Yes. It tends to happen sometimes down here.
All right. Any other questions from the committee? Oh, Senator Olshaw, I'm sorry.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Rochefort. My apologies for coming in late. I get nabbed by an advocate in the hallway.
I know how that goes.
Yeah. So thank you. I appreciate your patience. If when it's south of the border, it just means in the United States.
Correct.
Not south of a particular line of.
Correct. Yes, it's south of the
Longitude.
Canadian border. Correct.
Okay, even if some parts of Maine are north of where Canada hits, because we can drive to Canada from here
Yep.
in New Hampshire and then bang a hard right and get back into Maine
Exactly.
like
And-
immediately.
And I think there will be people that can probably speak to confirm that, but as I understand it, the
Okay.
S just means south of the Canadian border. And you're absolutely right. I mean, I can go north from my house and go 20 minutes over the border and bang a hard right, and I'll end up in Maine.
Right.
Because we know that border, zigs and zags, all over the place.
Okay. So it doesn't change the
Kind of arbitrary.
composition of the wood. The S is just a where it came from.
That's how I understand it. Yes.
Okay, thank
Yep,
you.
That's how
Thank
I
you.
understand it.
Further questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Senator.
We'll camp out here because I've got two more bills here for you.
Sarah Beltate, do you and Wesley want to come together? Or? Yeah, all right. All right, three in HHS. All right, over here.
What's her last name? Beltate?
Beltate. Oh, you can sit, yeah. Please make yourself comfortable. Turn the mic on and there you go.
My name is Wesley Robichaud. I hail from Sandown, New Hampshire. I work at Coastal Forest Products out of Bow, New Hampshire. I represent Coastal Forest Products in the New Hampshire Retail Lumber Association. I will go first, and then I will allow Sarah Beltate to introduce herself. As the senator stated, the problem that exists, and then we'd be happy to answer those questions in maybe a little bit more depth for better understanding. The problem that exists is that specifiers have used the terminology of the nomenclature of SPF since the 1960s. I entered the industry a little after the 1960s, but it wasn't that much longer after the 1960s. And SPF was just nomenclature for softwood framing lumber. In the 1980s, the building boom of the 1980s, we also saw a transition to engineered products entering into the lumber industry. If you remember the ad of the finger jointed wood that didn't break on the finger joint when they walked it into the tree. There's a big transition in the 1980s. So in 1991, the lumber industry needed to change the way we looked at the strength of lumber. Prior to 91, we lumped it all together, and the strength of a piece of wood was determined by the strength of the tree. There was a value for the tree, and if you cut it into pieces, all the pieces carried that value. Engineered lumber changed that because they determined if we take into consideration the defects in the tree, we can create some really, really strong lumber. So in 1991, we needed to start to develop the strength of wood based on the grade of the wood. So a knotty piece of wood was not as strong as a piece that didn't have knots. And to answer one of the questions, it was this was governed by the American Lumber Standards, the federal agency that governed the change. And they empowered the New England Lumber Manufacturers Association to come up with the testing for our softwood framing. That was the 1991 is a very pivotal year for this. And that was in-grading changes. Grade now played a role in it because it was going to compete with engineered lumber. Canada had come up with this term SPF, and they decided to keep that term. So American Lumber Standards needed a designation because we can't tell Canada how to test their wood. Their testing was different than our testing. So we put an S on the end of SPF so that everybody would be clear on it. The testing was different in Canada than it is in the US, so the values are different. The difficulty was that from 1991 to date, we've all still called it SPF. Anyone that's done anything with wood, if you go to a lumberyard today, they're likely to refer to it as SPF. And it went unnoticed that that drives it only to Canadian logs that were procured in Canada. So all of these blueprints, all of these architectural specifications, and in talking to architects and engineers, many weren't aware that that difference existed. They just know when they turn on their computer and they come up with the design values of a commercial building, they're using values for SPF. And so what's the problem with that? Well, it boxes out the American producers. And it's the same log, produced in the same way, but it doesn't allow the American producers to provide wood in their own state. So, and that's why we're looking at, awareness as being a big function of this. Rather than stating it must be SPFS, there should be consideration for SPSF. I think that, is there questions at this point? Any questions?
I'm probably the only one who didn't pick it up.
Say it again?
SPF and SPFS. There is a difference. If I got a piece of lumber from each country, there are different strength possibilities. They're not the same.
On paper.
Okay. They might be in practice, but in theory, you have the difference.
On paper, because the testing is different. For instance, the fiber stress and bending, which is a very critical design factor. Depending upon the size or the grade, that can be anywhere from 3 to 5% different. And NELMA has all of the charts produced to compare the two to show that this differences are slight. They're slight at best. But to an engineer who's designing a building, you're going to go with a lower number, you're going to go with a higher number. So everyone just stuck with the higher numbers, not considering that in practical application, the SPFS works in the majority, and we could make the argument in virtually all applications.
So the Canadian does stronger than the American.
Their design values are, if we were using light testing, we would be using light testing on light wood. The differences would not be there.
Thank you.
Senator Reed.
Thank you. My question is going to go back to the American Lumber Standards
Yes, ma'am.
Agency. Does that exist anymore?
Yes,
And so it's still a federal agency.
yes.
Do we have to ask them if we can qualify something differently, or they've delegated that responsibility to?
We're not asking to change anything that American Lumber Standards nor NELMA has done in producing these values in 1991. We're just asking that the U.S. values be recognized.
Follow up. Is there a reason why we just can't call it SPF and just leave off the S?
Hindsight, that would have been wonderful in 1991. But that's we can't turn back the clock, so we're just asking that people recognize that S exists. And we believe that designers, once they realize that the S exists and they've ignored it, they will begin to use it, because we in particular on state-funded and federally funded buildings, we need to use state-sourced wood.
Did you have anything you wanted to add?
Thank you.
Thank you for the time. My name is Sarah Beltate. I'm fourth generation of a family-owned lumber yard. We have 9 locations in the state of New Hampshire. We have been utilizing Mylan up from northern New Hampshire for our contract for lumber for about 10 years. And to kind of quantify it, for all of our locations, we would contract about 100 trucks a year. Ever since SPF versus SPFS has come into effect, we have knocked that down to about 60 to 70 trucks per year and are getting now 30 to 40 trucks of Canadian wood to meet specifications. Engineers don't realize when they just put SPF on their specs and they engineer it and stamp it, they're actually going against BABA, Build America, Buy America, because we can't produce it that way. We can't supply that material. We've had to have dual inventories in our lumber yards, which is a huge expense for us. We now have 3 yards that only have Canadian wood in them. To rectify this, we've had to go to job sites and demolish walls that have been built because we sent the wrong material, and it's been a very large cost to us. The price is negotiable between the two, negligible. It's not less expensive to buy Canadian wood. It's not less expensive to necessarily buy American wood, but I'd rather support a New Hampshire company like myself. And this is just awareness. If engineers were to look at the design values, they would see that most of the time we can utilize that wood.
Any questions? All right, thank you both.
Thank you.
Jason Stock.
Well, good afternoon. For the record, I'm Jason Stock. I'm the director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association, and I really don't have a lot to add to what you just heard, other than to say this does have, this specifying SPF or disallowing SPFS does have a tangible impact on a New Hampshire business. One of our members is Mylan Lumber. You heard him referenced earlier, and the example was given of kind of the reduction they've seen in shipments to their facility. Talking to their lumber salesman, what he has told me is even with folks that design trusses and things of that nature, they'll just specify SPF. And he said, all right, that's a quote that I just put in the round file because I don't produce SPF, I produce SPFS. And so it would be great to kind of raise awareness and so that we can at least let us put a number in. He said, I'm confident we can be cost competitive, but at least give us a shot at it. And so I see this piece of legislation as an opportunity to raise awareness. And particularly with New Hampshire, it says US, but this also is really New Hampshire wood as well. So given that the New Hampshire Timberland Owners, we come in and we're supportive of this proposal. Happy to try and answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Our final speaker is DJ Burke from the BIA. Good afternoon and welcome.
Afternoon, Chairman Earl, members of the committee. My name is DJ Burke. I'm here on behalf of the BIA, which is the state's Chamber of Commerce and Manufacturing Association. Similar to the speaker ahead of me, I don't have a ton to add. I think we've already been through most of the main points here. I would just like to say that BIA is in support of this bill for the main reason that it is supportive of New Hampshire business. That is our whole entire goal. So we feel that this bill would be beneficial. A couple quick points. As was already mentioned, this is not a mandate. This is a preference. I feel that that's important to mention. And we don't believe, I think the other people made solid points already ahead of me. I'm happy to answer any questions, but yeah, I don't think I have a ton to add here.
Thank you, DJ. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none?
Thank you very much.
Anybody else that would like to speak on Senate Bill 529? Yeah, all right. Seeing none, we will close the hearing.
Nice to meet you, Wes.
All set, Ben? All right, we will open the hearing on Senate Bill 567 and recognize prime sponsor, Senator Rochford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the committee. For the record, my name is David Rochefort, Senator from Senate District 1. And where else can we go from talking about lumber to dentistry? So
It's a wonderful thing, isn't it?
exactly. So I got two bills in one here. I wanted to be, cognizant of the committee's time, and I've got two bills I combined into one bill, hoping that we could address a couple of things with one bill. First part of the bill, Roman numeral 1, section 1, Roman numeral 1, it just delineates on the Board of Dental Examiners that one dentist member shall be a general dentist. And you might ask, why would we need this bill? So it came to my attention. I have a dentist that gave me a call during the bill process, and he is a member of the Board of Dental Examiners. And he said, we've got a problem on the Board of Dental Examiners in that every member on the board is a specialist. And there had been cases that he talked about where it came before the board and it was a general dentistry issue, and they were all looking at each other being like, we haven't done this since we were in school. So he said, can we put something in place that would ensure that we have a general dentist on the board? I thought that was a reasonable request, looking at some of the other boards that are out there. I know my board, Board of Pharmacy, has a specific member called out for hospital pharmacists for the similar issue that arose a number of years ago. I believe, I think maybe the realtors have specific positions called out to ensure that the board is getting a fair and comprehensive representation of the many facets that they represent and they have to rule on and make decisions on. So that's all that one does. The second part, section 2, this is actually a request of OPLC, and it's changing some of the temporary out-of-state license issues that have arisen as we try to streamline our licensing process. And I see a member of the department here, and hopefully they can speak to that after I get done. Oh, effective date. Section 1, I put in effective date of September 1, 2026, because it looks like that's the next time a member of the Board of Dentistry cycles off. So that's the logic behind that. But
It's
have
like,
to answer any
it's like you
questions.
read my question that I have on my paper.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, we think we got it right, but yeah, that's what we were aiming for at that.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Dr. Elby. Good to see you. Just for full disclosure, this is my dentist. Yes. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Andrew Albee, and I'm a general dentist who has practiced dentistry in New Hampshire for over 16 years. I'm here today on behalf of the New Hampshire Dental Society. We represent almost 800 members, including general dentists, dental specialists, dental hygienists, and allied team members. Worthy of note, the New Hampshire Dental Society represents the majority of dentists in our state. I'm speaking in support of Senate Bill 567, which would require the New Hampshire Board of Dental Examiners to have at least one general dentist member. It also should be noted that general dentists, not specialists, make up the majority of dentists in our state. It is important that the board include representation from general dentists to ensure well-rounded discussion and informed decision-making, particularly on issues that directly impact the care provided by the majority of practicing dentists in our state. Believe me when I say that general dentists respect and admire our specialist colleagues. They are an invaluable part of our dental community. That said, it is the general dentists who have long-term, sometimes generational relationships with patients and the community at large. When a board is composed of only specialists, it's reasonable to expect some important matters to be unintentionally overlooked. Just as general dentists rely on the wisdom of our specialist colleagues, I firmly believe that if asked, specialists would agree that requiring at least one general dentist on the Board of Dental Examiners would be a no-brainer. Because general dentistry covers a broad scope of care, having at least one general dentist on the board provide practical insight, help clarify real-world implications of policies and cases, and strengthen the board's ability to evaluate matters fairly and effectively. I'd also like to share a personal connection to the issue. My father, Dr. Chuck Albee, previously served as president of the New Hampshire Board of Dental Examiners during his 42-year career here in New Hampshire. I have spoken with him, and he strongly agrees that having at least one general dentist represented on the board is essential. His experience and leadership on the board reinforced how important it is to include general dentistry perspectives to support balanced, well-informed decision-making. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you to support and pass Senate Bill 567. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. So my question to Senator Rocha was going to be about the end of the term. You believe September 1 is the right date for that?
That sounds right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're
Any
welcome.
questions from the committee? I think we're going to let you off easy.
Thank you.
for coming in. Steve, did you want to testify? You didn't check off whether you were in favor or not in favor.
Not sure.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Stephen Rancourt. I'm here representing the ECBA, licensed electrician, and we're here mostly for part 2 on that, for the temporary licensure. We have a couple of concerns. I believe that 310.6, which is referring to 310.65, refers to rulemaking authority, but in 332G14, that is the law that gives them that. We're clearly excluded from it. It was done long before endorsements was put into place and everything else. This was something they were trying to fix. So I don't think they can give themselves the rulemaking authority to do it for everybody when they don't have the law giving them the authority to do that. So I think there's some conflicts in there that we probably need to work out, because in their own rules under PLC 305.02, Section B, it refers to 332G14, again, referencing that any profession, or I can read it quickly, it will help make sense. 332G just had one paragraph at the very beginning. G14I, Roman numeral 1. Any board or commission regulating an occupation or profession which is a member of an interstate licensure compact, or which has, in statute or by administrative rule, a procedure for reciprocity or temporary licensure for individuals from other states, need not comply with this section for any license or certification issued by the board. That was something we worked on at the time, because we had reciprocity issues, compacts in place and other ones. So I think that, not to mess up the bill, maybe that might need to be looked at better, and I don't know if we will push it forward or not, but there's clearly a little bit of a conflict, I think, from the law telling us we're not, certain boards aren't covered under that, and then they're gonna turn around and change the rules. So I don't think you can do that in my 20 years coming here. I always heard the law has to tell you what the rule can do. So we have concerns with that part of it. I'll answer any questions if you.
All right, thank you, Steve. Well, I appreciate you bringing that to light. I'm going to bring Nick up next to sort of address that very topic, because we did have a discussion yesterday, a little bit with, that I did with Director Jurius. So hopefully Nick can shed a little light, at least from their perspective, and then the committee will consider it. But thank you for bringing those points up.
And if I could, Mr. Chair, I know originally I think they were thinking 332G14 was given them the authority to do it, but that first paragraph clearly states not if you had a comp. Now, there's other, throw in the mix, they've changed reciprocity to endorsement. Almost 332G14 almost needs to be revamped, I think, but they've changed reciprocity to endorsement. Licensing compacts, do they still keep them? There's a lot of questions in that section, so.
Well, thank you for bringing it to our attention.
I appreciate the
Any
time.
other questions? All right, thanks. Nick, come on up.
Thank you. For the record, Nicholas Fry, OPLC. It's a mess. I mean, he kind of, right? That's why we're here. And I noticed it was a mess when I tried to actually teach the law to our licensing service representatives who don't have a legal background and don't have the institutional knowledge that this ED&A committee is dealing with. And we realized we really need to put something together that's more universal, just like our universal reciprocity, and that can be processed without having to have a lawyer micromanaging at every step. So that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to have everything under 310.6. So let me just bring you through the rule a little bit. So we've got the rule itself deals with temporary licensure through two different statutory schemes. One is RSA 332G, which Mr. Rancor was talking about, and the other one is RSA 310:6. 310:6 currently is specific to just healthcare boards. So any other board that could potentially fall into a temporary licensure of this type would go under RSA 332G. Now, the rule contemplates that when you are applying for temporary licensure, the idea is that you're also applying for full licensure in New Hampshire. So it's not a one-off where you get to walk away. It's you need to make a commitment to the state that you're going to practice here on with a full license. And so with that in mind, and the change that the legislature made with RSA 310:17 for universal endorsement, 332G doesn't really make a lot of sense anymore, right? Because the whole idea under that is you can get a temporary licensure if where you're coming from is substantially similar. But if you're substantially similar and the whole purpose of this temporary license is to get someone to full licensure, then you would just apply under 310:17 at this point. So what we're trying to do is make 310.6 universal so it applies to all boards. And just to show you how superfluous 332G14 is at the time, just looking at even the language that, or now I should say, that Mr. Rancor was referring to, it says any board or commission regulating an occupation or profession which is a member of an interstate licensure compact, which, I mean, for example, electricians does not currently have anything in their statutory scheme for an interstate licensure compact, or which has in statute or by administrative rule. You can search the electricians board statutory scheme. You can search the rules. They're not going to have anything for reciprocity in there. A procedure for reciprocity or temporary licensure for individuals from other states need not comply with this section. So that section has almost become completely superfluous at this point because universal endorsement is done through 310:17. So it's really not going to apply to any board under 332G at this point in time.
So Nick, do we need to look at either repealing G14 to make it totally clear that we're putting all jurisdiction under 310.6, or do there need to be changes made? I mean, I understand Mr. Rancor.
Yeah, the confusion's certainly there. I think that's certainly something we could look at as far as potentially repealing it. I don't know if there are other effects outside of my licensing world.
Right.
And that's what my one concern would be. So I want to look into that. But that's why we had wanted to place it specifically in 310.6 and then just create a single universal process for temporary licensure where you got to put in that completed application. So you're making a commitment to New Hampshire. Mm-hmm. And then we have the same process, and it's just easier for the LSRs.
And that eliminates the concern of somebody working here for 119 days and then trying
Correct.
to start the process.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Additionally, I know we have a path in place for veterans. I think, is that under 302?
We've got it under 310. We've got one for folks that are active in the military.
That's under 310, all right, I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
That's it. How will this impact that?
That would still exist. That's not going away. So if the better situation is for that individual in the military to apply under this licensure, they still have that capability. If the better option is going under the temporary military licensure, they still have that option.
So they'd have two paths they could.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. All right. Other questions? I'm sorry, did you have further testimony? I sort of interrupted you.
Not really. I think that's a fairly good summary.
Okay. Questions from the committee? All right, thank you, Nick.
Thank you for your time.
Anybody else that would like to testify on Senate Bill 567? Just one real quick, because I'm running behind.
Steve Rancourt again. Just the other concerns is we specifically try to stay out of that with the temporary licensure. If they're going to do anything, I think they should add some wording into the temporary on the 310.6 that says they must meet the qualifications of the endorsement. Because I can come to you, I can submit a full application, I can apply for a full licensure, and then knowing I'm not going to get it because I don't meet the qualifications and still have 120 days of work. And what we have is we have chains that have contractors go through. So I think it still needs some adjustment, even if we fix all the things that Nick was talking about.
I think the best path for right now is we're gonna hold this and work on it. We'll have
Yeah.
to have a further conversation. Certainly you'll be included in that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing on Senate Bill 567.
Ignore the crowd. Nobody commented on 6-7.
567. Declan, you let me know when you're ready to go. You're all set? All right. We'll open the hearing on Senate Bill 470 and recognize Senator Rochefort.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is David Rochefort, Senator from Senate District 1. For you have Senate Bill 470. And I think before we get into the background of this, I want to tell you why I brought this forward. So many of you know that I served on the New Hampshire Board of Pharmacy for 7 years. My second meeting ever, we had a disciplinary case that was discipline under a law that had just recently taken place, been enacted. Specifically, it had to go around with the prescription drug monitoring program, and a pharmacist messed up. It didn't result in a patient injury. There was no threat to public safety. It was more an administrative error when it came to releasing information that was contained in the prescription drug monitoring program. The board at the time, I think, in my opinion, was very overzealous and very overzealous board. And they actually took part, and I was part of that, enacted a disciplinary action on this pharmacist. There was a fine, and then there's discipline. So fast forward a few years, and the pharmacist paid the fine. They did their penance, and we never had an issue from this person again. Mind you, there was no patient safety involved with this. Fast forward 5 or 6 years later, and this pharmacist comes back to the board and says, you know, I'm trying to move to Florida to take care of my mother who has Alzheimer's. There's nobody around that can take care of her, and I'd like to move down there and take care of her, but I need to work and I need a pharmacist license in Florida. Well, Florida went back and looked at her disciplinary record, as is customary for the case, and they denied her license. So she could not move to Florida, or at least not move to Florida and work as a pharmacist. So she came to the board, and I was probably one of the only ones left on the board at that time that remembers the case, and was asking to go through a process to expunge that disciplinary finding on her record so she could then go ahead and get a license. Well, we were notified at that time by counsel, I think he's sitting right behind us, he was our board counsel at one point, that the boards don't have the authority in New Hampshire to expunge disciplinary matters. So this has happened in other cases, you know, after we were notified of that. There were other cases that, again, primarily administrative discipline, and we just didn't have the ability to expunge that. So the bill here before you, 470, attempts to lay out a framework in which a disciplined professional can petition the board for a hearing and get the discipline taken off their record. Now, since I introduced the bill, I've been approached by an organization here in the state, and they brought up a very real case. And this is a case of, what if that person had hurt somebody? What if it was a case in a CMC where you had a doctor that was woefully negligent and caused dramatic harm? We had a case up our way, where a radiologist was continually misdiagnosing cancer in patients. They were giving out false negatives and people weren't getting cases. I said, well, that's not the intent of my bill here. My bill is really to, a kid gets caught smoking weed and they're 18 years old and 35 years later they want to come and get that cleared off their record and no harm was done. That's really what the intent was, is to clean up a record that somebody did the crime, they paid the penalty, and for whatever reason they need to clean up their record to do so. So I am introducing the bill. I am working with these other entities to try to get through to what they not want, but also getting what I want. And I think where we're at right now in those discussions is page 1, line 8, the time length, the length of time, if you will, from the time that a discipline happened to the time that they go and petition the board for a hearing. And then I think we're also talking about line 10, is the disciplinary action did not include a permanent revocation of license. In the case that I'm bringing up, the license was not permanently revoked, but we're working around with some of those things. So I would ask the committee to take this, sit on it for a little bit. We're have active conversations going on right now. We're coming up with some language that both sides would be happy with, and we'd be happy to present it to the committee when we get that. So.
Thank you for your testimony. It's interesting. I highlighted line 8 and 9 when I was reading this. So a suggestion that you could perhaps take with you when you're working on this is maybe rather than 3 years after the subject disciplinary action occurred, maybe after whatever the disciplinary action was is completed. So that if there was a, whatever, hours of service or a loss of license, or, not a loss of license, but I mean, some type of period that was put on, a probation period or something, perhaps you wouldn't allow it until after all of that was completed. Just a thought.
Thank you very much. Sure, thank you.
Questions from the committee? Senator Altshuler.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Rochford. So I think that this gives me a little bit of pause. This piece of legislation, I'm anxious to see what amendment you bring forward for it. On first read, my first thought was, well, what about people who are still under investigation, right? And like people who worked at the YDC. So if a disciplinary action hasn't yet taken place, but what happens if they want to move and go to a different state and try to start over?
Yeah, and I agree with you. I mean, that's, you know where I'm trying to get at with this, and I certainly don't want that unintended consequence of letting the bad operators off the hook. And this doesn't, I mean, there is a process that has to happen, but I don't want them practicing. I don't want, a doctor who has misdiagnosed cancer over and over and over and over and over again, going on and getting the record clean and going to Michigan and doing the same thing. I don't want a bad surgeon or a bad pharmacist, or we talked about dentist a minute ago, a bad dentist continuing to do that. So there is work that needs to be done. It's how do we get to the end point without making sure we don't have a YDC worker back out in the community doing this kind of thing.
May I follow up?
Oh, sure.
So when a license is revoked, the license can be, once it's revoked, if you and I both had licenses revoked, there wouldn't be any differentiation on that revocation. It's just revoked, right? It's not, there aren't grades of it.
Correct. And when the license
Got
is
it.
revoked,
Okay.
the license is revoked.
Okay,
And
and
the
your
other question that
concern is that people who have what you would consider minor offenses or
Correct.
mistakes
Yep.
have rectified or done more training and you want to give them a second chance, and because there's just revoked, there's no gradation between that.
Correct. And in the case that I brought up, the license wasn't revoked. But it shows up as discipline on the
Yeah.
National Clearinghouse. So another state looks at, well, discipline is discipline, and they don't. So I think.
So there's no gradation in
So
discipline either.
in our case, in
Yeah.
my experience, we would look at that discipline and say, you know what, that was, they filled out a form wrong 25 years ago. They've never had an issue the license. Other states are less, have less grace than that. But to your point, if there's a license revocation, that's a hard stop for me. I mean, I know, having been on that side and having revoked licenses, these are the people you don't want. I mean, those are people that you don't want practicing. I wouldn't want somebody practicing in my state that, because usually when you revoke a license, that's not because of an administrative or record keeping error. That's somebody was put in imminent harm or was harmed, and we want to keep that. I mean, that's the point of the boards. That's the point of OPLC, is to protect the public safety, and we certainly don't want to treat that lightly. But you fill out a form wrong, and it rises to the level of discipline, and it's X number of years later. I don't think that should ruin somebody's career.
Okay. May I ask a question? Yeah. So I think what might be helpful is to know what the what the lines are between a disciplinary action, like what would bring about a disciplinary action, and then when it crosses over to a revocation. Is it a number of disciplinary actions? Is it the intensity of what happened that needed disciplining? Is it subjective, depending on what
And
it
I
is?
can ask OPLC to weigh
Yeah.
in on that and give some of their thoughts on that, because they deal
Yeah.
with, obviously, my experience is limited to one board.
Right.
But they deal with all the boards, and they probably can provide some insight to that.
Thanks. Thank you.
Just so happens they are next.
Worked out well then, right?
Thank you, Senator.
Yes, thank you.
Nick, come on up. Welcome back.
Thank you. For the record, Nicholas Fry, OPLC, General Counsel. I can try to generally answer some of the questions I've heard, or if people have specific questions, I'm happy to do that.
Why don't you cover the topics that we've heard first? And
Sure.
If there's further things you want to add, or the committee has additional information, we'll certainly ask.
Yeah, so we take no position on the bill. We feel we can operationalize it. We have looked at the bill. My understanding of what the bill is trying to do is, as Senator Rochefort was saying, is there's a hard stop at, if your license has been revoked, you don't get to ask for your disciplinary action to be expunged under this section. I'm getting that from subsection B under Roman numeral 1. And then I'm just going to butcher your name. Is it Altschiller? How do I? Senator Altschiller? Sorry. You were asking about gradations.
Yeah.
So there's 3 gradations that I'm seeing in this statute. The first is revocation, which means it's not happening. You're not going to get a chance for expungement. The second is sort of what you would see for disciplinary action that's kind of intermediary, which I think is what you're getting at. Like, what happens with a suspension? What happens if someone's on probation for substance use and they're being monitored? Those sorts of things. So there's a in between there where you basically have a right to a hearing. So it goes before hearings officer, board, and they have a hearing on the matter. Make findings of fact, conclusions of law as to whether the expungement should be granted or whether it should be denied. And then there is the level of what Senator Rochefort was talking about, which is it's such minor disciplinary action that we can do this without going through a hearing process. So that is the ones that if it has all these things, right, the application has been submitted 3 years after, it didn't include revocation, they've had no other disciplinary action against them, there's no pending investigations against the licensee, which is, I think, one of the questions you were getting at, and their license is currently in good standing, which means they've completed their disciplinary tract. Those people would basically be, they'd be able to walk away without having to do a hearing. And where you're seeing that is usually someone's been reprimanded, they've been given a fine. So some cost of investigation sometimes as well. So that's how it's kind of there's a gradation in the bill as I'm seeing it. I don't know if there's any other questions about disciplinary action or anything.
I have one, and I thank you for that explanation. That was really helpful, which led me to the question. On line 16, there's a shall, and on line 18, there's a shall. In those cases, should it be a may? So if there's the opportunity to weigh the circumstances that you just, all of those factors that you just talked about, if that's a may and you're denied the expungement, then you could ask for a hearing.
Yeah, so I guess that's a policy decision for the committee, but I will just, so number 2, it says petitions that involve disciplinary action that only included a reprimand, administrative fine, reasonable cost of investigation and prosecution, or a combination thereof shall be granted if they meet the requirements of paragraph 1. So the purpose of that paragraph is to set up exactly what Senator Rochefort is talking about, is someone that has a more minor transgression. That's why they were given something smaller, a reprimand, a fine. Doesn't necessarily have to go through the hearings process. Whereas number 2, or excuse me, Roman numeral 3, it says all other petitions shall be granted if they meet the requirements of paragraph 1, and the petitioner also demonstrates, so they have to demonstrate something at a hearing, that the expungement will assist in the licensee's rehabilitation and is consistent with protecting the public welfare. And then there's a bunch of factors that the board looks at. Roman numeral 3, in many ways, a lot of those factors are, if you look at our criminal annulment statute and you look at the criminal background check statute under RSA 332 G10, it's a combination of those factors.
Further one?
Thank you. If we, in Roman numeral 2, change that shall to a may, the board may be able to do everything that this says, even without a hearing. They
Correct.
have the
Yes, it would just be permissive at that point.
to
Yes.
do it, as opposed to if we're uncomfortable with unknown facts that we don't know, maybe it was just a reprimand, and then in retrospect, somebody thinks, really, they only got a reprimand for that? Looks at the facts differently. Then this is kind of the opportunity to ask for more in paragraph 3.
I agree with that. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions? Any further you want to add?
Nothing further.
All right.
Sure.
Can I go one?
One.
On page 2, which we haven't talked about at all, because we're just flooding this function of disciplinary action in there. There's some further that's not highlighted. It's existing statute about the manufactured housing dispute resolution inspections payments. That board doesn't exist anymore, does it? Wasn't that part of the reorganization of OPLC?
So it still exists. Yeah. Yeah. So the difference is the rulemaking was moved from the installation board's statutory scheme. So it's no longer board rules, and they are OPLC rules. So that's why it's falling under 310.6.
So I understand it's still manufactured housing installations board.
Yep.
It's my understanding the manufactured housing dispute resolution board doesn't exist.
Yes, but the rulemaking authority is under installation, and for whatever reason, the legislature chose to put that rulemaking with OPLC. So those rules were made; they are federal requirements, so we can't get rid of them. Yes. Yes. Yeah. 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 Yep.
The lights are on, but your mic light wasn't, so we're gonna need you to repeat that. No, I'm kidding. Hopefully it came through mine. Anything further from the committee? All right, I'm certain, Nick, you're gonna be involved in some type of the rewrite in this, so whatever input you can provide, I think Senator Rochefort will greatly appreciate. I'll let him take the lead on it, and if you need help from the committee, certainly let us know.
All right, thank you.
You bet. Anybody else that would like to testify on Senate Bill 470? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing. Grant, are you here for Senator Murphy? Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, nobody there. Okay. Are you ready for me to open the next hearing? Yes, all right. All right, we'll open the hearing on Senate Bill 510 and recognize Grant Bossy to introduce the bill for Senator Murphy, the prime sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Grant Bossy. I'm the Deputy Chief of Staff for the New Hampshire Senate, here to introduce Senate Bill 510 for Senator Keith Murphy, the bill's prime sponsor. This bill was a constituent request hoping to create a more welcoming entrance to New Hampshire state parks and facilities and not have the smoking area be out front when people come in. This would require that the smoking areas designated at state facilities be out of sight of the general public. They would still be there. They just wouldn't be out front on the sidewalk. If you have questions for Senator Murphy, I can make sure to get you an answer. I think he's back tomorrow. Other than that, I would ask you for your kind consideration of Senate Bill 510.
Thank you, Grant. Excellent job as always. Any questions that you want to send back with Grant?
Yeah. And does
Senator
this-
Altshuler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, could you bring back this question? It looks like on line 6 that the back door here would be exempt.
I will check on that.
Why wouldn't we just include state buildings?
All right, we'll give Senator Murphy a chance to respond. Any other questions? Being none, thank you.
Thank
Grant. Anybody else that'd like to testify on Senate Bill 510? Maybe our quickest one yet. Being none, close the hearing. Bless you.
Thank you.
Declan, you all set? Declan, we all good to go? Yeah, okay. All right, we'll open the hearing on Senate Bill 530 and recognize Senator Rosenwald to introduce. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Cindy Rosenwald, and I have the honor to represent Senate District 13 in Nashua. I'm pleased to introduce Senate Bill 530, a privacy bill that does a bit of legislative housekeeping to align our statutes on reporting the fetal deaths after about 20 weeks of pregnancy with Senate Bill 92 of last year, which was on the issue of live birth reporting. That bill was passed unanimously by the Senate and signed into law. Senate Bill 530 does not change any of the information about these tragic miscarriages, and we're fortunate that there are very few. Does not change any of the information that is reported to the Division of Vital Records or the Department of Health and Human Services. While the Centers for Disease Control requires lots of health information on these later in pregnancy miscarriages, the bill directs DHHS to refrain from sending a few pieces of identifying data to the federal government. Specifically, the department will not send the names of the parents, their dates of birth, medical record numbers, or street address and zip code. The parents' year of birth, along with their town, county, and state, will still be submitted. And in addition, the date of delivery will be reported to the CDC. Additionally, as we did last year in Senate Bill 92, at the request of the Division of Vital Records, the bill changes maiden surname to name prior to first marriage or civil union. So, Mr. Chairman and committee members, this bill will help protect the privacy of parents who are faced with an awful loss, only to the same extent that last year we protected the privacy of parents who experienced the joy of a newborn baby. And I urge the committee to vote to pass. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Thank you.
Thank you.
No sheet? Okay. Anybody else that would like to testify on Senate Bill 530? Seeing none, we will close the hearing. Okay. We're gonna go into exec session after we're done here anyway. Okay. Do we have anybody here to introduce House Bill 751? Don't see any members of the House here. Senator Reardon, would you do the honors? Because we are after our posted time. Okay. I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 751 FN, and I'm going to ask Senator Reardon to introduce the bill in the absence of a House member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Tara Reardon, District 15, for the record, introducing House Bill 751, establishing a committee to study licensure of outpatient substance use disorder treatment facilities.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks.
Are any of you who signed up kind of here to introduce the bill, or I just pick at random here? All right. Is Jake here, or did he go? Yeah, grab him if you would. Jake, I'm gonna have you come right up. So Jake, we don't have anyone here from the House to explain the bill, so I know you sent me some proposed amended language, but I'm gonna kind of ask you to just go over the bill as it is. Sure. That's okay? Yeah, we're gonna probably have a lot of this. So if you're able to, Jake, just walk the committee through what the bill originally was and how it was amended by the House as to what we were looking at today.
Absolutely. All right. Senator, members of the committee, thanks so much for having us this afternoon. My name is Jake Berry. I'm the Senior Vice President at New Futures. As many of you know, New Futures is a nonpartisan, nonprofit health policy and advocacy organization. We've been working for nearly 30 years to help address substance misuse and addiction in our state. And let me be clear, I'm not here to express support or opposition to this bill in its current form, but to ask you, as Senator Pearl referenced, to amend the bill and restore it to its original intent to bring stronger patient protections and quality controls to New Hampshire's substance use treatment system. You may recall several weeks ago, I was here before you asking you to support a bill to require certification of recovery houses to help support and protect individuals in recovery from substance use disorder. A bill that you and the Senate, in the full Senate, passed unanimously. Thank you so much for your support for that bill. This bill before you today is very much in alignment with that proposal, only today we're here discussing treatment providers and not recovery homes. Currently, residential treatment facilities are required to be licensed by the state, but outpatient treatment facilities are not. These facilities provide services just as critical as residential facilities to individuals who are just as vulnerable as those in residential treatment. This lack of oversight in many cases means that DHHS has no authority and no mechanisms to track what organizations are providing services to whom or where they're operating. To put some numbers to it, as DHHS might speak to, there are currently 48 outpatient provider organizations registered with New Hampshire Medicaid. Of those, DHHS contracts with 6. For the remaining 42, the state has no real authority to assess or assure for best practice. And that doesn't begin to touch those providers in our state who are not registered with Medicaid. For those, the state has no record or ability to track who they are, where they operate, who they treat, or the quality of the treatment they provide. Once again, this lack of oversight not only leaves patients subject at times to substandard treatment, but in worst case scenarios, it can leave patients at a risk of abuse or misconduct, as we've seen documented at times throughout our state. As originally proposed, this bill would address this by requiring outpatient treatment facilities to be licensed by DHHS, just as our residential facilities. This proposal has been debated for going on 3 years now. In that time, it has passed the Senate unanimously twice, and the House once with strong bipartisan support. Yet last year, it got caught up once again in the budget process. Over these 3 years, we've worked very hard with treatment providers, families, and others to refine the bill and reduce the cost. We have a few other folks who are going to speak to this today. I can assure you this bill has a strong support across the treatment facility, including many recovery centers, drug court programs, and treatment providers themselves. As you'll see in the fiscal note, we've lowered the cost from over $1 million now down to $210,000 to fund one compliance position within DHHS. And we believe there may be opportunities to reduce the cost further. In the time we've been debating this, I shudder to think about the number of patients whose recovery has been undermined by substandard treatment or worse, as well as the amount of time and money we've wasted by having people cycle unnecessarily through a treatment system that has not provided them with the quality services they need. We've discussed this issue at length. We understand the need and the impact this would have. Rather than needlessly studying it further, we ask that you act now, that you restore the bill to its original intent and support these important patient protections. They're critical to the health of our patients and our substance use treatment as a whole. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jake. I appreciate you filling in some information.
Of course.
Any questions from the committee? I guess the comment I will make to you, Jake, it's going to be a very hard year to put anything back into a bill that's going to cost money.
I understand.
If I do that, the bill will not leave finance.
I understand.
That I can promise you. It will just sit there.
I get it. Again, I would love to discuss ways we may be able to eliminate the fiscal note entirely and keep the policy moving forward. I'm hopeful that would put us in a good place heading into a future budget cycle to really enact these again, basic level patient protections.
So I guess the question I'll ask you is, if we choose to put that back in, the bill's going to sit in finance and go nowhere. If we leave it the way it is, we're going to have at least have a study committee. Is option A or B more desirable?
Oh, man.
And I'm being frank. I'm sorry.
No, I understand. I would say, so Representative McLean, the bill's sponsor, who unfortunately was not able to be here today, he really, I will say he really did a thorough and comprehensive job in leading the interim study when it was held last session. I think I don't know that there's a great deal of use for further study. I really don't. I think we have our hands fully around the need and the impact of this. Once again, I would ask, I do think when we pass this, it's going to take some time to enact rulemaking to get our structures in place to do this. I would love to see the policy pass forward to get our rules in place, our systems in place, so that we can have the debate about whether to fund the position in the next budget cycle. Is what I would hope.
All right. Thank you, Jake.
Thank
Sorry, I know it was a hard.
Oh no, I understand.
Any questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jamie Powers.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jamie Powers. I'm the CEO of Gatehouse Treatment and Mat Care Clinics down in Nashua, New Hampshire, and also formerly served as the director of the Bureau of Drug and Alcohol Services under the Department of Health and Human Services. The Gatehouse family of companies provides a range of treatment and recovery support services to individuals with substance use disorder, including outpatient treatment services. And as with Jake, I'm testifying really in support of moving HB 751 forward as originally proposed and not sending it to a study committee as the House would like. So this bill is really, it is a crucial step towards ensuring the safety, effectiveness, and accountability of substance use disorder treatment programs in our state. The current system, the facilities and programs that are residential require DHHS licensure. Individual counselors and other professionals are licensed by OPLC, but there is, and now even recovery homes are required to be certified. And there's no certification or licensing procedure at all for outpatient treatment programs. This legislation was originally proposed more than 2 years ago and has been through various ad hoc and formal study committees over those years, most of which I have taken part in, as well as Jake has. I do not believe that any additional study will actually lead to new information, and it certainly will delay the policy itself moving forward, which is really the critical part. So I've been in this field for almost 20 years, and during that time, I've witnessed firsthand the impact of substance use disorders on individuals, families, and communities. And I firmly believe that this certification process established in this bill is both necessary and long overdue. While New Hampshire has made significant investments in building a comprehensive treatment system, a lack of oversight for the outpatient treatment programs has left many patients vulnerable to substandard care, potential exploitation, as well as inconsistent treatment quality. Establishing a certification requirement will provide essential protections for individuals seeking recovery and ensure that all treatment facilities meet with the established standards of care. In previous hearings, I've heard concerns that these established standards will force providers into a particular modality of treatment, thereby stifling creativity and innovation in the field. However, that is absolutely not the case. These standards provide a basic framework for safe, quality services, and how providers build out from that framework will vary greatly from one organization to another. And that's really proven by the variety of services, modalities, and theoretical perspectives that are currently available from providers who are all subject to the same Medicaid or other payer requirements. This bill also establishes, as Jake said, a behavioral health specialist within the Office of the Ombudsman, and that is really an important safeguard to patient rights, and it ensures an avenue for complaints to be filed and followed up on and action to be taken that we don't currently have. So certification not only promotes quality of care, but also strengthens the integrity of New Hampshire's treatment system overall. By implementing a regulatory framework, the state can better identify and support reputable treatment providers while weeding out those who fail to meet the necessary standards. And that benefits not only the individuals seeking treatment, but also healthcare professionals who really strive to provide ethical and effective services within a structured and accountable system. This legislation also would address a really critical deficiency in the data currently available within the state, which is largely limited to those providers who receive funding through Medicaid and other state or federal funding. And addressing that gap will allow the state to better assess the system, the needs of the citizens, and how those are being met. Finally, the creation of a publicly accessible listing of certified treatment facilities as outlined in the bill will empower individuals and families to make informed decisions about their treatment options. Transparency in healthcare services is essential, and this measure will provide much needed clarity for those navigating the complex landscape of substance use treatment. So in conclusion, this bill really represents a critical advancement in New Hampshire's efforts to address substance use disorders. It prioritizes patient safety, strengthens the quality of treatment services, and reinforces the state's commitment to responsible and effective care. So I really urge you to consider sending this forward without the study committee. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? I feel good, thank you. So folks, I've been pretty lenient on what I'm allowing for testimony. The bill in front of us is about a study committee. I realize you all would like us to put something back in that the House took out, but it didn't come to us from the House with the language that you're testifying on. So I'm just going to ask you, if you want to testify on that part of it, we don't have that language in front of us. You're asking us to bring in something that we don't have. it would have to come in as an amendment to it, which we do not have in front of us, so.
I had suggested amendment language, that's helpful to you, sir?
Yeah, so I've been pretty lenient, so I've just said, we got a couple more, so I'll just keep that in mind when you're testifying, please, that the bill in front of us is about a study committee, so. Marie, I'm sorry, I can't read the last name, Marie? Kylie, come on up, thank you. Great. Good afternoon, welcome to EDNA.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name's Marie Kiley, and I live in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And I'm here in support of House Bill 751. I also testified last year on the original intent of the bill to require all outpatient substance use facilities in New Hampshire to be licensed by the State Department of Health and Human Services. And that's what I would like, and I know, I heard what you just said, but the reason I'm supporting this bill is because this is my son and my only child, Ben. He died 2 years ago from alcohol use disorder. That was him 5 months before he died. You can see how healthy and young he was. I had no idea somebody could die so young from alcohol. And that was my last Mother's Day with him. We were out hiking. He loved nature and hiking and reading, and he had a beautiful life, and I'm so sad that he lost it so young. And he had gone through treatment voluntarily. He never had any trouble with alcohol except for medical. He ended up in the hospital. I never even saw him drink. We found out he had alcohol use disorder when he was hospitalized. He started getting sick 6 years before he died. And he had multiple hospitalizations after that, and 4 times in treatment centers, residential inpatient and outpatient both.
I'm sorry, I can't have you back here, I'm sorry. I know, and I'm sorry, I just can't. You can come down where you were, that's fine. All right, I'm sorry, please go ahead.
So he had attended substance use treatment, outpatient and inpatient, 4 times in the 6 years after he was diagnosed. And unfortunately, the treatment centers did not provide evidence-based treatment, which we didn't know at the time. And the centers had weekly family meetings that my husband and I attended every single week, thinking that we were getting expert advice and we'd be able to help my son, that we'd have a liaison with, we'd be able to help my son with his treatment and with his recovery. And we didn't realize that, they were providing us very outdated, harmful information to all of the families. And it's just heartbreaking now to after he died, when I saw him die in that hospital, I knew everything I had been told was wrong. And I started looking into it and finding more information about it. And it's just heartbreaking to know that how hard he tried. He did everything he was supposed to do. And his hospital records say how motivated he was, highly motivated to stop drinking. He did everything he was supposed to do, everything the treatment centers told him to do, and so did we. And to know that there was so much we could have done, I believe that he would be alive today if he had gotten the evidence-based treatment and the compassionate family support that he needed. And and I just wanted to mention too, that on the back of the testimony, there's a lot of, in case you want any information, I know everyone knows somebody with alcohol use disorder. It's so prevalent, and there are a lot of resources that like I said, I didn't find until after he died. And one of them was Dr. Koob from the National Institute of Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism, and he talks about these deaths, he calls them deaths of despair, and they're increasing dramatically among young men, my son's age, 40 to 50, and which I didn't realize. He calls them deaths of despair, and their alcohol-fueled suicides, and just there've been so many changes, and we probably all know that, you hear that since COVID, the housing crisis, there's a lot of hopelessness and despair among young people, and young men in particular. And I just think delaying this, we really need to have this in New Hampshire to be able to address this problem. It's an epidemic, and to be able to address it and help people like my son who are struggling to recover from alcohol, and the families who are hoping to be able to help them to recover and are desperate to help them. So I'm not going to say any more about not amending it, but anyways, thank you for your time and listening to my testimony. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And happy to answer
I'm
any
sorry about your
questions.
son.
Thank you.
Any questions from the committee?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anita Hansen?
Good afternoon. My name is
afternoon.
Anina
Welcome.
Hansen. I'm from Peterborough, and I need you to clarify what I am allowed to talk about and I'm not allowed to talk about.
Well, the bill that we have in front of us is about establishing a study committee.
Okay, so that's our quick win, is establish the study committee?
That's-
All right, I'll wing it. I'll revise on the fly. I'm from Peterborough. I'm here to testify in support of HB 751 and the importance of establishing this study committee, with the goal of requiring all outpatient treatment facilities to be licensed by the state. I am a person in recovery from alcoholism. I'm a trauma educator who specializes in the trauma addiction connection, and I'm a woman. So while there are many areas where an outpatient treatment facility operating without oversight can harm its participants, I just want to underscore particularly the dangers faced in New Hampshire right now as it stands by newly sober women. Women with substance addiction issues frequently come from an abuse history. Early abuse teaches the brain a default survival mechanism. Personally, mine is fawn. That's true of a lot of us. To this day, 9 years sober, when an interaction with someone feels unsafe, my automatic impulse is to protect myself through compliance. Women like me are particularly vulnerable to abuse at the hands of those with real or perceived power, which is especially dangerous during the discombobulation and discomfort of early recovery. I suffered predatory behavior in my early sobriety, not only then, just a few years ago, in a professional setting in Peterborough, a respected businessman from my recovery community made a sexual body boundary violation that left me frozen and mute. I was dismayed that my competent, long-term sober self was still unable in the moment to speak up or defend myself. Painful experiences like these inform my determination that we have to take action, whatever action we are currently able to take, to protect New Hampshire residents who are trying to do what we all want them to do, which is kick their substance addiction. Imagine, God forbid, that I were to start drinking again. Eventually, I end up in an outpatient treatment facility. I want to be certain that they're being held accountable to industry best practice. I want to be certain that if somebody with power over me crosses a line, there's a mechanism by which I can report it. And basically, I just want to be protected how I would be in any other healthcare outpatient environment in the state. So I'm not going to say my opinions on moving this to study committee. You guys know where I'm coming from. I'm just here to, I guess, try to personalize why this matters and who the people are. There's a lot of New Hampshire residents that are or potentially are impacted by the lack of structure and oversight that's in place now. So whatever you're empowered to do at this point in order to move towards getting better protection and oversight for people like us, I'll appreciate.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. We appreciate all of you coming in and sharing your stories. It's very helpful for us to gain perspective. So thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing
Thank
none.
you. Thank you.
That is the last person I have on my list. Is there anybody else that would like to testify on House Bill 571? Any more over there?
I signed in just to answer any questions from the Department of Health and Human
Oh, okay.
Services if you-
You have something, anything you'd like to add? Any questions from the committee? Oh, we do have that's Marie. She's on. Okay.
That's me. Good afternoon. I'm Jenny O'Higgins. I'm the Legislative Liaison for Behavioral Health at DHHS. I just wanted to make sure to be here to answer any of your questions today. We have discussed this bill at length, and we have gone through the work from certification to licensing so that we can reduce that fiscal impact and make sure to bring this under our existing licensure, and then the transition of the bill, the amendment over to a study committee most recently, just so that you have that information as you debate, what to do here moving forward. The bill did previously go to interim study, and we did create a report on the different ways that these are licensed. today or how they could be and how they're looked at in other states as well. So we have significant information in this area, as you've already heard. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I think as you've already stated though as well, if we go back from a study committee, the department does need a position in order to implement the licensing of the bill, which it would make it even more complicated under our current budget constraints.
Yes, it would. Are you able to provide any insight as to why the House converted this to a study committee from its original bill?
Probably the similar reasons that we're talking about today is just
Financial
the
constraints.
difficulty
Yeah.
with the addition of a position, and the department shares the goal of the legislation of increased oversight and making sure that there's high quality care and that it's effective. And there it would be an entirely new licensing type.
Yeah,
So it is an additional requirement as well.
Okay, thank you. Any
Sure.
questions from the committee? All right, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Anybody else? All right, seeing none, we'll close the hearing on House Bill 751. I'll get it right this time. I think we're going to take about a 5-minute recess and then we'll come back and go into exec session. Is that okay? Yeah. All right.
Here or at the library?
No, he's ready. All right, we will come back out of our break and look for a motion to go into exec. Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye.
Okay.
So let's take up House Bill 751, the one we just heard.
Wait, the one we just heard?
Yep, the very last one.
Are we gonna wait for an amendment?
No,
No?
on 751.
No, all right then.
So while we heard a lot of testimony to restore to the original bill, the bill will go nowhere if we do. It will be tabled and go to sit on the table. And I think, excuse me, that the best move for us is to take this bill and send it forward. We can at least keep a light shining on the need for this. And but the one thing I want to ask is I'm going to ask us to amend it down to one member of the Senate, not two, as we traditionally do. So I am going to make a motion of ought to pass. Second. And I'm going to offer a committee amendment to change on line 9, letter B, from 2 members of the Senate to 1. Senator Reardon.
Could I make a suggestion that maybe we move the effective date out also, so that people don't feel like they need to be meeting, acknowledging that we're waiting for a better.
I think we want to keep it pretty clean, sending it back the way it is.
Okay, gotcha. I mean, one member.
So that's going to be a committee amendment. I'll move the committee amendment, change it 1 member. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, so any discussion on the committee amendment to move it to 1 member?
Yep.
All right, seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And then I have moved the 751 ought to pass as amended with the committee amendment. Senator Gannon, you seconded. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? And I'm not going to put this on consent, and I will take it out.
And it's not on our schedule here, or am I missing something?
It's on which schedule? It probably is not on that schedule. I don't know, did it make it
On
on
this
that one?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. As I
So it
said,
doesn't even
Senator.
count. Not even on the list.
Still not. Senator McGee will be back shortly, so we could go back and do some of the ones that we were all pretty well in agreement on. So let's start at the beginning of the afternoon. 529, the lumber bill. Everybody okay with bringing that up now? Okay.
5:20.
I will take a motion on 529.
She's got.
Senator Reardon moved it up to pass. Senator Gannon seconds. Do we have any discussion? I think the bill makes sense. It was explained very well. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Senator Reardon, would you like this
As
one?
is, we don't have any amendment.
All right. Ben, you're back. I just realized that Declan's not here anymore. Let's see. 567, we need to do some work on. That's the one at the, Mr. Rankle brought up concerns dealing with 332G.
Yes.
And I'd like to give
Oh, wait,
OPLC in,
the dental exam. Not-
yeah, it's the second half of it.
Oh,
That there was
yes,
some,
yes.
some muddy areas on it. I'd like to give them a chance to see if we could get that ironed out. So
Okay.
we'll hold that one.
567 is a hold. What about 5:30?
470, we need to hold. Sorry, I'm going right on the
Oh,
schedule
oh,
this
you're on the
afternoon.
schedule.
Yeah.
I put them back in order. 470.
510, the designated smoking areas. You did ask a question of Senator Murphy. Would you like to hold that until it's answered?
We're holding this?
Yes.
You just said, okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
470 we needed to
470,
because
yeah, with a rewrite.
Senator Rochford asked us to give him
Yes.
some time.
Got it.
510 is the smoking area. You had a question you had asked to take back to Senator Murphy. Would you like to wait for an answer on that?
You know what? You know what? Let's just keep moving. Let's,
moving?
Let's just, yeah.
Do we have a motion on
Let's just keep-
510?
I can ask him in session. How's that?
All right, do we have a motion on 510? Anybody wanna move?
510.
No, I'm looking for your leadership, yeah.
Ought to pass.
Move, all right, Senator Altshuler moves it on to pass, I will second.
There you go.
Do we have any discussion?
Like discussion, why do I need a smoking area?
Yeah, you just,
No, this is stating that any smoking area that is designated is not right at the entrance.
Oh, is that all it's doing?
That's all.
I thought it was doing more than that.
No,
Okay.
no, just,
Well, no. Ensure state-operated public food at such places have designated smoking areas undetectable to visitors. Is there any response to that?
no, so it's saying the bill requires any designated smoking area on publicly owned or publicly operated property accessible to the public is constructed and maintained so that the cigarette smoke is not detectable by sight or smell. So in other words, you can't have it right at the entrance.
you gotta move it to the side door. That's it.
Yep.
I don't know.
It'd be a great discussion.
What are you thinking, Tara? We're gonna have to
But
go
it,
for
but the State House is exempt.
Are we
As
gonna
this
build
is,
structures?
no, as this is written,
Can't
the
have
State
smoking
House
area
is
at the
exempt
door.
on line 6. Under state control. So here, we're still gonna have the gauntlet in the front and the back,
Nope, that are
Yes.
not accessible to the visiting public. Read the whole thing.
under state control.
That
are-
are not accessible.
Oh,
Those are
because that's
definitely
a-
accessible.
So. if
Those
the
back
state
doors
says
aren't
they
accessible.
can't-
Correct. The back doors would be fine, the front doors would not. Because they're not accessible to the public. They're private entry. All right, further discussion. Seeing none, all in favor?
Okay.
Aye. Any
I,
opposed? Consent? Or do you want, you can always.
no, we can put it on consent, but I'll take it. Yeah, like ripping butts, Bill. Let's go.
All right, so we putting it on consent?
Yeah,
Yes, okay.
move consent.
All in favor?
Aye.
Senator Altshuler, would you like to take this out?
Yeah, smoke it if you got it. Let's go. Just not in the front door. No, Murphy better not take this off.
Senate Bill 530. I will move on to pass.
530.
That's the fetal, Senator Rosenwald's fetal bill. Discussion.
Pretty straightforward.
All right, seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent is moved. All in favor?
Aye.
I'll take this one out. I'm a co-sponsor on it, excuse me. Does that wrap up all the bills from this afternoon that we can do?
Did we have some from this morning? Did we do my
We,
non-compete?
no, you want to do, yes, what we didn't do is the cannabis board. You had a motion you wanted to.
Oh, I discussed it
number
with
was
Terry. Deb, I didn't discuss it with you.
What number is the cannabis one?
I'm trying to find it, I'm sorry.
400.
400.
Yeah.
No, we can have a discussion before a motion, go ahead.
I wanted to amend it to 2 years. I'm not really sure which side's right. But I figure 2 years, I'd like them to look a little more than they are at changes. There seems to be a lot of scientific evidence because I'm getting stuck going to all these hearings, people speaking on these things. So there does seem to be a lot of topical medical information regarding, well, I'm hearing the negative side, I'm sure there's a positive side, but either way, I'd like it discussed a little more. Maybe my side's a little wrong, maybe the other side's a little wrong, so I thought we'd do it every other year.
Biannual.
So biannually instead of,
Yeah.
is that reasonable? All right, so why don't you make a motion?
So I'm gonna just change it to a biannual.
So you're gonna move out to pass. Senator
I'm
Gannon
gonna
moves
move
out to pass. I'll second, and then he's moving out to pass on a committee amendment,
And what number is this one again?
400.
We can pull it out, so what we're doing was asking.
Line 3, you want to make
Yep,
the
line
word?
3
You have it.
makes it
Okay, line three,
biannually
okay.
instead of annually.
That's all I wanted to.
Okay? All right, so the motion is the committee amendment to change the word annually to biannually. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Senator Gannon moves out to pass as amended. I seconded on the Senate Bill 400 with the committee amendment. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Senator Gannon can take this one out. I want to change topics for just a minute because I want to give Senator McGee a chance. Right on cue.
We are.
You all received 3 bills that came back with changes from the House. They were sent out to you. They were Senate Bill 182, dealing with relative to maternal mortality review committee. Senate Bill 186, talking about the portraits being hung in the State House. And Senate Bill 94, dealing with municipal amendments. I have, my opinion is we should concur on Senate Bill 182. We should non-concur and ask for a committee of conference on Senate Bill 186, that's the portrait bill. And I spoke with Senator McConkey, he was fine with the changes on Senate Bill 94, so I think we should concur on that. I just want to feel from the committee. You didn't receive them?
No.
Okay, then I thought we sent those out. They may have been.
Oh, they were in
All
the
right.
email.
So I'll tell you,
Yeah.
so those are my thoughts on them, if you want to write that down.
All right,
and
so 182, your recommendation is
Concur.
concur.
186,
86 is
non-concur COC,
Non-COC, and 94?
94 was concur. So we don't have to decide on that today, but I just wanted to put that out there for y'all to look
Okay,
at.
we will go,
The portraits, yes. Yes, and the House changed it to require people to be deceased 10 years prior to hanging a portrait.
why?
Which we have 2, I don't know. So that's why I would like to have a committee of conference and discuss that. And I did speak with Senator Ricciardi and she was in agreement. And please ask that we do that.
What, better let, Sylvia and Jeff know, geez, like.
They may have.
Speaker side tech, we have to take those down.
Well,
A few others.
and Chuck Douglas.
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
and any seated governor who's no longer in the governor's area. You know, any governor, any governor who's still alive that is no longer in the governor's area, they would now have to be dead 10 years before their photo could be put up. So
Seems like a threat, but I'm just saying.
I'd like a committee conference on it. So those are my recommendations. Please take a look.
So
at
they
those.
combined the 2 portrait bills into one bill and recommended that that overall there be a policy change for
I'm not certain they combined
portraits
them,
in
but
the State House?
yes, that's the,
Or each bill is getting this is what we want to do to every bill?
they may have dispatched one and put it all on the Jeb Bradley bill. I'm not certain
Okay.
of the Sylvia Larson
right.
bill at this point.
We will,
This one was the
I know.
Jeb Bradley bill. Those were my thoughts on it. So
Okay.
take a look
Thank
and
you.
give me some feedback as you have an opportunity.
Okay, we will.
All right,
Are you doing
Senator
anything?
McHugh is, yes. Senator McHugh is back, and so we have actually dispatched all of the bills except for,
420.
what is it, 420? No, 420 we're holding. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get the right number here.
We got a motion on 424.
424 is your bill, right?
Yep.
Yep. Senator McHugh would like to make a motion on 424.
Yeah, so I'll move, we find 424 inexpedient to legislate, if I can speak to that for a moment.
I will second. The floor is yours.
Thanks. So 424 was very well intended to invest a little bit in economic development. It's clearly doesn't have the support from at least a good portion of the North Country or all of the North Country. So I'm happy to find it this time truly inexpedient to legislate it. We'll find other ways to invest in our economic development.
Further discussion on the bill. The motion is ITL. Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Do you want this on consent or you want to speak? to
Consent's
it?
fine.
All right. Consent is moved. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Senator McHugh, we'll let you take this one out.
Yep.
So, Ben, when you have a second, I have not kept everything up to record. Can you read through the bills that we have left to exec?
You do 402?
No.
402, which one is that?
Non-compete?
Yep.
We should move that one off the
Well, no, I was waiting for him
Oh.
to see what else.
Oh, okay.
We did forward.
Yeah.
We did
You can go right down the master list if you want.
We didn't watch on. Oh, yeah, we did. Okay. Senator Pulsate Pro. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's right.
Let's let Ben read through the list that we have left to exact, and I apologize, I've gotten a little mixed up.
This is from days prior to today.
Yeah, all of them, yep.
SB 421, relative to the membership duties of the Child Medical Review Board.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
45, relative to qualifications of the Ethics General, Litigation General comes out. 494-FN, relative to state fire codes, fire incident reporting, and investigation of duties of fire marshal.
Which one again, I'm sorry?
494.
494. Yep.
SB 522, reestablishing the commission to study the economic impact of the arts and culture of New Hampshire. SB 571, relative to the requirements issued a certificate as a certified public accountant. SB 573, establishing the certification standards for facility comfort zones.
Yep.
SB 640, relative to the use of artificial intelligence to provide services referring to clinical license. And SB 641, relative to the examination requirements for licensure of chiropractor.
All right. Senator Reardon, did you want to dispatch a 571?
Yeah, did you have thoughts of what you want to change there?
Let me review real quickly here. No, I think I'm good with it just as it is. I'll second. Discussion from the committee. Hearing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Senator Reardon can take this one out. I'm sorry, I know I'm starting in the middle. 573, the comfort dog, where Senator Birdsall is still working on an amendment. 640, I have some work to do on with the AI bill. 641. We had that bill last, that's the chiropractor bill.
We do 421 if you want. The amendments, that's enough.
Okay, let's, well, I got 641 open. Let's go with that one right now. I am okay with the bill as it is, I think, where is everybody else?
I had problems, but I've overcome them.
Okay.
Talking them through with other people.
Okay.
It bothered me that you were lessening the standard to become something, but upon thought and review, as all the chiropractors don't have a problem with it, and they don't think it's weakening down the license. They don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with it.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, I'll move 641 on to pass. Now we can continue on the discussion. Any further discussion from the committee on 641?
I mean, I still have some concerns on it. I did have a couple calls and discussion, and one thing that came to light recently was what exactly is contained in the Part 4 practical exam. And I just got this information yesterday. I was told, and I haven't confirmed it, I was told that the Part 4 examination includes just the setup for the exam. In other words, like the preparatory stages, but then not the actual hands-on part of the actual treatment manipulation. And if that's the case, that part seems even less relevant to me. But it just seems so crazy. I wasn't able to confirm that, though. Does anybody know?
So when I asked about the content of that Part 4 it was nothing different than what was required for the graduation requirement from the school that they had. That they did exactly that. There was nothing in addition to what they've already done in order to get their degree.
And that I get, and that's similar to other degree programs. To me, the difference is the independent arbiter, right? At the outside of who you're paying to get the degree. But when I heard that they don't actually do observed manipulation or observed treatment, even on a mannequin or something, it just seemed less. And I think we have a knowledgeable person in the room.
I'm willing to bring Simon up if the committee would like him to come up and some information. Simon, come on up.
Because that was new news to me just yesterday from a constituent, actually, who's a pretty knowledgeable, respected guy.
Thank you, members of the Senate ED&A Committee. Simon Thompson, Sheehan Finney Capital Group. I represent the New Hampshire State Chiropractic Society, and just addressing Senator McHugh's point. One of the first chiropractors that testified, there's a lot of information flying at you guys, so I don't expect you to read it all, but she did provide a handout that did confirm that the Part 4 exam is the setup, and for lack of a better term, there is no actual thrusting. The clinical hours that they do at their college, conversely, they do hands-on adjusting. And then the other thing I'll just mention is the pass rate was actually lower from the college than the exam Part 4, the MBCE, had a higher pass rate. So I thought, because I think that was a concern too.
All good?
Yep. All right, thank you.
Any further discussion? Thank you, Simon. Simon, could you turn that mic off, please? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Move consent? All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And I will take this one out. All right, Senator McHugh, you had another one you wanted to move.
421, there was an amendment, and just wanted to make sure everybody has that amendment. It was, I sent it out, or it was sent out on my behalf. This was Senator Prentice's bill. I'm a co-sponsor on it. I think several of us are, actually. It was relative to the membership and duties of the Trauma Medical Review Committee. A couple of constituents in the emergency medical services business reached out and asked if we could use this on-topic bill to also modify another board. It's kind of the companion board called the Emergency Medical Services Medical Control Board. And at the same time, we're modifying the membership of the Trauma Medical Review Committee. Could we also modify the membership of the Emergency Medical Services Medical Control Board, the EMS Medical Control Board? Those are the folks that write the protocols, the standing orders, if you will, for EMS providers in our state. And the request was from the Paramedic Association and the Ambulance Association if we could add some EMS members, and I see no problem with it. I was surprised that there weren't already some. They asked that they provided the language. They asked that we preserve the ratio so there wouldn't be any difference in like voting control or balance, and so that's what this does. So I think it's a good idea.
I've had some correspondence from Senator Prentice and from a couple others raising a little bit of concern with the amendment as you have it. So I think maybe what I'd like you to do, I don't know if we're quite ready to move this yet. I think I'd like you to address those concerns with them before we do that. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay.
I didn't hear any
so
concerns, but I'm happy to. Sure.
I'd ask you to speak with Senator Prentice and see if you can address the concerns. that
Yeah,
she is aware of.
I'll find out.
I think that would be a better path, and we'll just hold this till next week.
Yeah, I'll find out.
All right, thank you. I don't believe we have anything else for today. We've moved pretty well through these. Anything else anybody wants to bring up? Oh, yes, you had something. I'm sorry. Yes.
PTSD and plumbers. There were, a few things no less came back with the amendment.
Okay.
So the first one is they need a mechanism which community mental health center is appointed. So for the New Hampshire
Oh,
Medical Association,
yeah,
the association appoints the member, but we don't have something for mental health center. And then the second wrinkle they gave me was the drafting attorney said she couldn't find online the New Hampshire Paramedic Association.
All right. I think probably the best thing for us to do then is to reconsider and pull it back into committee, and then we'll get that addressed. I think that's probably the best thing. Would you all agree? And we can do it next week?
Sure.
What was the number again?
That was 423.
All right, could we have a motion to reconsider 423? And a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor of reconsideration?
Aye.
So I think at this point, the best thing we can do is hold it in committee, and we'll get that ironed out, Ben. Sorry about that. Didn't realize we were creating a problem there, so. Would you like to look into that?
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Okay.
And I'm one of the
Yeah.
founding charter members of it.
Yeah, so if you can figure it out, we'll work on getting the correct language. And then just bring that.
Couldn't
in.
tell you where it is.
Senator, if you can bring that in next week on Wednesday, and we'll exec it again with the correct language.
Yep.
If you want to get an amendment drafted, you can, or we can do it in the committee.
I'll figure it out.
Okay.
Send
All
an
right.
email to somebody.
Thank you, Ben. Sorry about that.
Yeah, okay.
Anything else? Take a motion to go out of exec.
So,
All in favor?
Aye.
aye.
So, thank you all. This has been a very busy day, and we've moved through it
Nailed it.
quite swiftly. Then I may amend the calendar and add some more bills on the next week. We did get 4 more late bills. I just have to make sure that I can add them onto the calendar. I'm not sure they're signed off yet. So I gotta figure that out. We're meeting next week. I have 4 scheduled bills plus an exec session, which will be pretty short the way we are right now. So if I can get the late file bills on the calendar for next week, I'll add some more hearings. If I can't, then we're gonna run with the 4 and exec what we can. Okay? Any questions from anyone? All right, with that, we are done for the day. Thank you.
Thank you.